Pacific Northwest is so finicky that literally, basically for like the last 2 months, for the most part, I've been wearing sweats. Like that's how the weather's been in the Pacific Northwest. I've been wearing sweatpants, even my sweatshirt top. Where the fuck is? All right, I gotta find this. But that's what it is. Where the fuck did I put that? What did I do? Oh, god damn it. You guys ever been looking for something that's right in front of you? That just happened. It was literally right in front of me. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. So go ahead and tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Keep doing all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. If you're over on YouTube, if you're over on TikTok, hey, do me a favor. Knock out the little pink heart puff. That's the gift goal. Can we knock out the little pink heart puff? Send your daily coin. Send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, make sure that you actually share the live to your stories, right? To your stories, and repost the live. That'll help boost the live, get more people in here. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. The weather, yes. All right, who do we have in the building? I see Kate. Hey, Kate. I see B over on YouTube. I see Bar. Hey, Bar. Who else? Tori. Good morning. Who else do we have? Zumba. Hello. How are you, Zumba? I hope you're doing okay. I see that girl. I see Chef Pretty. I see Ellie. I see Cool Cat. What up, Cool Cat? Cool Cat, you're such a cool cat. Who else we got? Sophia, hello. I'm okay, Sophia. I don't know if I'll say cool. Hopper, Jeff, Mello, your show is on. I know that's right. Elaine, what up? Manders. Hey, Manders. Guys, again, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me over on TikTok. Can we knock out the pink heart puffs? Please. That's the gift goal. Can we knock that out? We're going to get some debates going in here. Make sure you guys go back and collect your points as well. Like when you actually send your heart me and then you actually do like send a GIF or put a comment or whatever, you get points and you get added to the team or whatever. Make sure you go back in and you collect those points. That's really important. If you're over on YouTube, do me a favor. Hit that thumbs up. Please. Hit that thumbs up. We should have as many thumbs up as we have people watching that help push out the VOD. We are going to have a great live today with or without the Kadunka Chuds, as Solid would call them. I got some stuff that I want to talk to you guys about whenever we have time in between the debates. I think that's going to be super critical, right? Super critical. What the fuck? Don't play with me. What the fuck is going on with this charger? Oh, okay. You fucking with me. Okay, I got it. There we go. Yeah, it was just fucking with me. All right. All right, guys. I think we are officially locked and loaded. We're G to G. Fucking focus and stop unfocusing. Don't be stupid. All right, we're G to G. Let's go ahead and kick this thing out. Kick it up. Guys, we still haven't knocked out the pink heart puffs over on TikTok. What's going on? You guys don't fuck with me or something? I feel like y'all don't fuck with me because normally the pink heart puffs would be done, but they're still sitting there. What's happening? I don't know. All right, let's go ahead and kick this thing off. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's go.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight.
Welcome to the
Yeah, talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah, welcome to the ring now.
You ain't
built for this smoke.
Y'all slap nuts.
Ain't got milk for these oats.
Donuts.
So pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearse outrage, I study the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah, talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah, welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah, welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now. What?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin and we'll boost it live and send us out to the FYP. Hey, baby Jesus, I don't give a fuck about what you think from the comment section. Boom! You're muted. Come up here and tell me about it. Getting a request. I also saw Damien or whatever. You said socialism has never worked. It's reality. You're just wrong. But you don't know anything. It's okay. I don't fault you. You just don't know things. Anywho, what up, Vivian? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I see someone say your username is LV Solo. LV Solo. Go ahead and leave. Yeah, I don't do like troll accounts. You have 2 followers. You're following 2 people. I need you to promptly fuck off. I'm not going to deal with troll accounts. LaDamian, I'm not talking to you from the comment sections. Hey, Bubba, gonna go ahead and hit that mute on you. Come up here. Get in the box. We can talk about it. I'm not going to tell you from the comment section. You got to get in the box. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The United States of America is a global joke. America is a global joke, and America is a global joke for a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, capitalism. Capitalism is an absolute failure. Capitalism has put the shackles of life on us. It's so interesting. I think about this often, right? Especially right now, I'm reading how Europe underdeveloped Africa, right? And so with that book, there's so many different aspects, and it's so interesting the perspective that it's taken as far as understanding why Africa is currently the way it is, the actual emphasis on colonization and the emphasis on capitalism, right? The way that capitalism actually stripped Africa of not only its resources, but of its culture, of its traditions, and forced them into a European system. Capitalism, does not compare to socialism, but we could talk about it. Democratic socialists are up, and people are upset about it. People are really, really mad that Dem socks are up. And this isn't just like, oh, it's, Republicans. No, moderate Democrats are terrified of democratic socialists. Like, they're literally up. It's a whole thing. White people. White people, the interesting thing about the background when it says white people embrace white supremacy. I think a lot of people think if they listen to me, then they're like, oh, Santana, you don't like white people. And I'm like, oh, you're racist. First and foremost, that's not how it works. But secondly, someone said this the other day, and I think that this really hit home. For the white people to get mad about the certain things that we talk about, the certain things that have happened throughout history and society and where we are today, the ones that actually get mad, it's because they don't know the history of white people and whiteness throughout the entire world. That's why they get angry. And especially here in America, like, we have such a limited understanding of global aspects, right? Whether it's geopolitics, whether it's international relations, like just across the board, we have a lack of global perspective. And for the ones that really get upset about, like, talking about white privilege, white supremacy, racism, all of those types of stuff, it's only because they don't know the history. Either they don't know, or they're willfully ignorant, or they're just denying it. Because if you take a look at the aspect of everything, there's no denying it. We have to unpack that. Speaking of global power, the United States of America needs to, we got to reduce our military, and not only in the size, the scope, the reach, but also the money, right? We have to dig into all of those things. Jesus or whatever, hold tight. I'm going to get you up here, Bub. We can talk about it. Anywho, the United States military, we gotta cut that. We got to cut that. It's not beneficial to the United States of America. It's not beneficial to the world. We got to cut it. Sorry, I had a hangnail. I should have clipped that. Last but not least, Christians, my brothers and sisters in Christ. Christianity is harmful. Christianity has been the most harmful tool used for some of the most heinous atrocities throughout the history of the world. The Bible has been weaponized. It's just a fact. It's literally a fact. But let's talk about the things. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree. Where'd Jesus go? Jesus, why you get out of the box? I specifically called you out and told you that I was going to actually bring you up, but for some reason you made the decision to run, but you were, popping all that good shit in the comment section. What happened? Saying, yeah, I don't give a fuck about what you're saying in the comment section. I'm going to mute you. Get back in the box. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hi. Oh my gosh. I've never been on a live like this before.
Okay. Yeah. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No.
Not a Trump supporter. Don't disagree with anything on the background?
No, I requested because you were talking about global.
I appreciate you. Yeah, we're also looking for some debates. Guys, please respect the boundaries of the live. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Jesus, accept that request. Like you originally got in a request, you were talking about, slavery and all this other stuff. I want to talk to you about Christianity and the way Christianity has been used to justify slavery. Like, let's talk about it. Or like, whatever. Like, I mean, you guys like to do black people bad. I'm feeling generous this morning. We can do black people bad. I mean, if that's what you guys are trying to talk about, I guess, like, I'm okay with it. It's not, It's not something that you're going to be able to really get off, but that's fine. That's fine. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? American citizen, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
And I want to hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
You're kind of breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
It seems like you have a bit of a delay.
I can hear you. Yeah, my bad. My connection isn't really the best right now.
Okay, let's test the delay. I'm going to say a number, and then after I say the number, I want you to repeat it, okay?
Got it.
5.
5.
All right, you got about a 3-second delay. Is there any way you can get a better signal?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me see.
Yep. Okay. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live, knock out the daily gift goal. Right now, it's the little pink heart puffs. Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on the YouTube, what up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? What up, Kick? If you're over on YouTube and you like to support the live, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, but I need everyone locked in. Guys, I want to see if we can get to 1 million likes today because I plan on streaming for a pretty decent time and I need everyone locked in. So we're only at 36,000 likes. I need you guys to get up to 100,000 likes like yesterday. Do me a favor, tap the screen, share it, do all the wonderful things. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal. And last but not least, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We'll only look for some debates. All right. Is your signal improved yet?
I hope so. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, sounds like it's gotten better. Let's try one more time. I'm going to say the number again, and then you say it after I do so. Okay.
Got it.
3.
3.
It got worse. Holy shit. The delay got longer. All right, listen, I'm going to have to drop you down. If you can get a better signal, you can feel free to come back, but like that's not going to work.
Is it better now?
Try it again. You're kind of breaking up.
Is it better now or not really?
No, not really. Feel free to come back, but you got to get a better signal. Like the delay got worse and now like it's super choppy. Sorry. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Are you a Trump supporter? All right, we're gonna go ahead and get you out of here. What is happening? What is happening? I don't know what's happening. Pro-life debater. No, thank you. No, thank you. Go ahead and get out of the request. You're following 0 people. You got 3. You're following 3 people, got 0 followers. You're a troll, and you're probably going to come up here and slur. And I have no interest in that. So kindly, please fuck off. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. For who is this? I pull all the whatever. Hey, that's rude. Please don't come in my live asking about other creators. Like that's weird as fuck. That's weird as fuck. Please don't do that. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I am not a Trump supporter at all.
Okay. Do you disagree with something on the background?
Let me see. Capitalism doesn't compare to socialism. Democratic socialism up. Christians weaponize the Bible. Global power read us military. White
reducing the U.S. military and white people embrace white supremacy. Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with any of them.
So you disagree with all of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially the last one.
What's that? That Christians weaponize the Bible?
Rican.
Which one
The
specifically?
Bible.
Okay. All right, we can talk about it. Wanda, one quick question for you before we go too far. Do you know who I am?
No, not really. This is the first time I see you on my TikTok.
Okay, perfect. Well, listen, Wanda, would you mind if I give you and everyone else a quick introduction to who I am and what this is?
Please do so.
Perfect. 1 second here. Guys, exah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates, but if you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to the little 1 cent gift goal so we can continue to knock those out and boost the live. And if you like to support the live, just like Jim, W's in the chat for Jim for kicking us off the right way. Jim sent a $20 donation and said, appreciate all that you do to keep discourse alive and real. Much love to Jim. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. Thank you for being absolutely amazing. W's in the chat, guys, for Jim, who made sure that we are starting this thing off right. You can send to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Wanda, you said that you disagree with the premise that Christians have weaponized the Bible. Why do you say that?
Because Jesus didn't come here to make us be against each other. He came here to bring peace. And I don't believe that nobody is allowed to unalive anybody because of the, weaponizing the Bible. And Christians are doing that. They are doing it. And not only that, they have told the people, the ones that I know in the Spanish community, they were telling people to vote for Trump. And it's like, what kind of hypocrite can you be?
Well, so
if you're
wait, I want to make sure that I have this correct. Because again, I said Christians weaponize the Bible. But you said
they do.
Okay, so you agree with that. I'm only looking for people that disagree. So you would be debating me if you did not think that Christians weaponize the Bible.
That's right. Yes. Because Christians do weaponize the Bible.
So you agree, but I'm looking for someone who disagrees. Meaning you think that I'm wrong. Okay. Is there anything on the background that you think I'm wrong on?
Maybe the number one.
Socialism is better than capitalism?
Socialism.
Okay. Yes. Tell me why you think capitalism is preferable to socialism.
Capital is for the rich, honey. Capitalism is for the rich. It's not for the people, the working people.
It sounds like you agree with that as well, Wanda.
Why? Socialism? No. Socialism make you pay taxes. Socialism is to be everybody be as equal as anybody else.
Which one do you think is better? Which one do you think is better, capitalism or socialism?
Socialism.
Okay, so you agree. All right, Wanda, I'm going to go ahead and drop you down because, again, I'm looking for someone that disagrees and you agree with that. So I appreciate you coming up, okay?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do me a favor, stay in the comment section. Like I appreciate the hell out of each and every one of you, but like we are looking for some debates. Do that. I didn't mean to do that. Jamie, hi. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Hi. I'm wondering if I've actually was the pro-life debater account. I promise I'm not a troll. It was just my
okay.
alt. I'd prefer to. Yeah. Would you be down to debate abortion?
You want to debate me on abortion?
Yeah.
Okay.
If not, it's totally
and,
fine. I know it's not.
and you're a woman, right? Or am
I
I?
am.
Okay.
I am.
And you
Yes.
know I'm a man, right?
Yeah.
And you
I
want to
don't think
debate a man
that.
on? Okay. Hey.
I
Okay.
mean,
How
you
about
don't.
this? Quick question for you. Why do you believe? I'm assuming that you believe abortion is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so abortion is wrong because it's the unjustified taking of a human life that has value. And it has value because of its ability to develop into a rational sentient being if left to its natural development.
Mm-hmm. All right. Where's your worldview as far as it being wrong grounded in?
My worldview as far as it being wrong is grounded in my Christian beliefs at the end of the day.
Christian beliefs. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Just a couple other quick questions. Are you, I'm assuming that are you conservative, or where's your political alliance?
I'm conservative. I'm not a Trump supporter. I despise everything about him. I did vote for him primarily because of the abortion issue. If I could go back, I probably would not vote at all. So I'm not a Trump supporter. But there's a lot we agree on. There's a lot we disagree on.
Okay. All right. And last but not least, you being conservative, how do you feel about like food assistance, public housing benefits, things like that?
Sure. So there's, I'm actually going to give you probably a bit of a different answer than what you would be used to hearing. So I personally believe that there is, okay, actually, I'm going to start off by saying this. I wouldn't consider myself far right. I'd consider myself more moderate. There's a lot of policies that I probably take a more progressive stance on, and this is one of those. I do believe that especially if I'm going to be taking a pro-life stance, we need to be taking care of the kids. I do believe that it should come first. I don't believe in the hierarchy that it should come from. For example,
what do you mean the hierarchy where it come from?
I think that the church should be stepping up before the government, and the government comes where the church does not, and where the church fails at. And I'll be the first to admit they have failed.
Okay.
But the government should be stepping in where needed.
The church should step up. So what do you mean? Like in what aspects, what things do you think the church should be providing?
So church should be providing either resources to centers, organizations that foster community involvement for families, such as pro-life pregnancy centers. There's thousands of them across the country that provide free food, resource, or free formula, resources, care for both the mother and the child before and after birth. They also provide like educational resources. So that's one thing that churches should be pouring into, also just generally into their local community.
Food, you said educational resources, but what exactly do you mean by that?
So I've actually worked for a couple of these centers that I allude to. Well, when I say work, I mean in a volunteer capacity. So like we would provide educational resources for moms who, like if they need help with getting their GED, tutoring, stuff like that, and need assistance in the market, finding their way around the job marketplace.
Okay. All right. So food, educational, anything else?
That's, I mean, off the top of my head, I think that's the main things.
Okay. All right. So I just want to take inventory of some of the notes that I have. and you tell me if there's anything else that you think is important that I missed. So your pro-life stance is based in the fact that it's a human and it has the potential to, if left to its own devices, develop into a sentient being that can go from that point. You are a Christian. That's where your actual beliefs are rooted. You think the church should be stepping up and supporting and providing social safety nets in certain aspects, taking care of the kids, not the government. And the certain aspects that you believe in are around food, education, and some sorts of job assistance.
Two clarifying things. One, first to the last point, yes, the church should be stepping up, but just want to clarify that I do think that the government needs to step in where the church fails.
What do you mean?
I'm not against. So I'm not against. I support policy that, like that, for these social safety nets, especially with families with kids.
Right. So can you be a little bit more specific with the government? What responsibilities would you say lie at the feet of the government when the churches fail?
Well, that goes back to exactly what I said before with providing food, like free school lunches.
Oh, so the same things, just if
free childcare.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're saying that if the churches can't provide the food, education, or job assistance, then the government should be able to help supplement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I recognize too that the church isn't going to be able to provide that to the fullest extent that it needs to. But that's just my own beliefs as a Christian, that's where it should come from.
Okay. Would you put any exceptions on the support from the church from a secular aspect?
Like if you're not a member or
you're not a member, not a believer, completely reject religion, but you still need that?
I wouldn't. And that's also why I support more so the pouring into the organizations, like I mentioned before, because those organizations, while they're like me, they do have the Christian worldview. They don't put those restrictions on people. So that's why I believe that it should go, that's where their primary funding should be through.
Okay. Anything else?
Should funnel through, I mean.
Anything else you think I might need to know that's pertinent to your overall position?
The last thing, I just want to add one more thing to why I think I said it before, so I don't know if I either didn't say it or you might have missed it, with why I believe an unborn fetus has moral worth. It's not just the future ability for sentience, it's the future ability left to its own devices to produce rational intelligence, rational decision-making, thought.
Yeah, potential.
So just wanted to expand on my definition on sentience a little bit.
Yeah, potential. I mean, I'm not someone that actually puts so much stock in like, oh, sentience and da-da-da-da. I mean, like I hear you, potential. I mean, but I think that the potential for, it to become a autonomous being that, has some type of subjective life. It also has the possibility of becoming like Jack the Ripper or, a Unabomber or some shit. So like, but I hear you. Okay. So let's dig into this a little bit. Now, one thing that I want to let you know is that I don't debate abortion, right? And
if you don't want to.
No, hold on. Just listen to me for a second.
Okay.
I don't debate abortion because I feel as a man, like my personal views or perspective on abortion is, invalid in the sense that I don't have a uterus. Right. I believe that women should be able to make whatever decisions they want for their own selves. I respect women's bodily autonomy. When I debate men who desperately want to debate abortion, then we, go in a different direction. But so as far as whether or not we should allow abortions, I don't think that's going to be the topic of conversation, but I do want to talk to you about some of the things around your perspective, because I kind of disagree with why you are saying that you believe in that abortion should not be allowed. So the actual substance of whether or not it should or should not be allowed, like whatever, but your reasonings, I would love to dig into those. So can I start here with your perspective of being a Christian? Can I say something before we get into it?
And I'm trying to be trying to be respectful and transparent. I get what you're saying, and I don't want to encroach on your boundaries of your life.
No, you're good.
But I mean,
the only thing that I'm not willing to actually like really debate is like the final verdict of yes or no, should we or should we not allow abortion? Like everything else, I mean, we could talk about like all your points. I'm willing to talk about, except whether we should or should not.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're still able to have a productive dialogue.
Yeah, I think we can have a fruitful conversation overall. So I want to start with your premise as far as being a Christian and the aspect as far as it being wrong. Tell me more about that. Where do you get that from?
So ultimately, the reason that's what it's really rooted in is under my Christian beliefs. We all have value under God. We're all made in the image of God, and and God says that abortion is murder. He talks about how he knew us before he formed us in the womb. He talks about John the Baptist dancing in his mother's womb before birth. Those are all indicative of valuable life before birth. That's really what I'd say.
Okay. So one thing that I do have a question about is you said that God says abortion is murder. Where does it say that in the Bible?
Well, like I said, it's what the circumstances are really described around it, such as him indicating to us through scripture that life is valuable prior to that, or to birth. So that it's not, I'm not going to sit here and say he outright says it's murder, but we can use context clues. There's a lot of social issues that he talks on where that's talked about that we're not like it's not explicitly mentioned, but you've got to use those context clues to come to your own convictions. Okay.
As far as murder, can we level set on a couple of things? Murder is listed in the Bible as a sin. Like that's specifically listed as a sin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the cost of sin is death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. And there are specifically multiple instances in the Bible where God talks about, thou shalt not kill and all the other stuff, specifically speaking to murder, right?
Sure.
All right, perfect. I guess the first question I have is, what does Numbers 5 say about the bitter waters?
I'm actually really glad that you're bringing this into the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Can you? I know exactly which passage that you're talking about. Would you mind making your point, and I can respond to it?
Yeah. The point being is that there's literally a prescription in the Bible for abortion. It speaks to what a jealous husband should do, right? Not someone who has valid claim or thoughts or whatever. But it says what a jealous husband should do, which again is taking the wife to a priest and performing the ritual of the bitter waters, which casts a curse among the womb and causes the belly to swell and the thighs to rot, and the expelling of the baby if it's there, right? And so more than anything, the point that I'm trying to drill home is while there's a connection where people saying like, it's murder, this is something that's listed in the Bible specifically on how to conduct an abortion if a husband is jealous.
So I think you've got a couple things that you're misinterpreting about that specific passage. To really understand it, you've got to know the context of what's being described in that passage. So that the context isn't, one thing you got wrong is it's not the husband that's the one that's performing this curse. It's
I didn't say that.
It's God.
No. I didn't say that. I said the husband is jealous, and so he takes the husband takes the wife to a priest, and the priest performs the ritual that does the curse.
Okay. But at the end of the day, judgment isn't coming from either the priest or or the husband, it's coming from God, who's the only one at the end of the day who knows if that woman is has been adulterous. Secondly, a lot of times I hear people make this. Can you scroll up real quick too? I want to see which translation you're using. I'm sorry.
It's King James.
Okay. So secondly, there is I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. I was like, oh, I want to make sure I got the translation right. But secondly,
if we need to use NIV or anything like that, I can switch it, but this is King James.
No, this is a good one. So anyways, the reason I asked is because different translations do use different wording here. So, but what I was saying was, I see a lot of people to make the assumption that that passage is actually talking about a woman that's pregnant. There's no indication that we're talking about a pregnant woman here. And even if we are, even if I do get that to you, that we're talking about how God is basically endorsing the ending of an unborn life, which I don't think it is, because again, that's making an assumption that we just don't see. But even if I did get that to you, it's still God's divine judgment and not human intervention.
Got it. So let's talk about this for a half second. When you say that, the woman's not pregnant, this is verse 11. Then the Lord said to Moses, speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, so that another man has sexual relations with her and that is hidden from her husband impurity. Oh, wait, this is NIV. Sorry, it must. Hold on, let me change it. And the Lord spake unto Moses. Let me finish this point really quick.
Okay, sorry.
The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the child of Israel, and saying unto them, if a man's wife goes astray and commits a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her husband and kept close, and she be defiled, and there be no witness against her, neither she shall be taken with the manner. So, like, this verse actually talks about a wife having sex with another man, and like the actual, yes, I mean, I guess you can say there's no absolute presence of a baby, but one of the ways to, be able to tell if someone has had sex with a man, or a woman has had sex with a man, of course, is a baby, right? Which makes even more sense once you start talking about the overall reaction, right? The rotting of the thighs, the swelling of the belly, the contraction of the womb, like all of those are directly pointing towards a baby. But let's just say I grant you that, or like, I think we can say, not grant you that, but if you want to disagree, I'm going to say that I agree with that, but I would love to really hit on that divine will piece, because I think that's where it's going to hinge. No matter, what case I make with this, I think you're going to revert back to it's God's will. So, I mean, do you want to?
Yeah. Can I respond to your first point before you move on? So, I do want to interject as well and say that I don't know if you know this, but Jewish law, Jewish tradition, this is outside of the Bible, but it's indicative of how they interpreted this when they were, going through these rituals. Jewish tradition actually prohibited pregnant women from taking part in this ritual. So I think that's just important to note as well. There is. It's like I said, it's not in the Bible. It's through. I have notes. One second. Crap. Do you mind if I can find it real quick? Do you mind if I go and?
Sure. Okay. Go ahead. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Share the live. Send your daily heart me. W's in the chat for Adrian for the $1 donation. That's interesting. Thank you so much for the, not Adrian, Aiden. Thank you so much for the $1 donation, Aiden. I'll keep that in mind. W's in the chat for Aiden. W's in the chat for Eugene. Hey, Eugene, for the $4.99 super chat to say thank you for everything that you do. Also, thank you to your mods for everything. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to the mods. Holy smokes. W's in the chat for the mods as well. Over on Twitch, W's in the chat because Twitch has been popping off already. W's in the chat over on Twitch. Let's start with where am I? Make sure I'm not missing anything. Sneaky resubscribed over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Sneaky, and then W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen, who resubscribed over on Twitch. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen. Two more W's in the chat for the Taffy Bot, who sent a $5 super chat, said locking in, and W's in the chat for Zumba, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, caller, the thing is that some churches refuse to help people, just hoard money from them, from the congregation, which is against the religion and is a huge issue. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about that as well, but let's get through this actual Bible portion first. But W's in the chat, guys. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that. I'll keep tapping the screen, guys. We haven't even made to 100,000 likes today, guys. I set a goal at the start of the live. I really want to get up to 1 million likes today. So I need you guys locked in for me. Tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. Don't make me turn off the comment section. Like, I really want to make this 1 million likes happen. Let's get it up to like 200,000. There's over 1,000 people watching right now on TikTok. And we should easily be able to get up to 1 million likes a day, but easily get up to 2,000 likes like pronto. Last but not least, if you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button. It'll help push out the VOD. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking up for some debates, and knock out the rosas, please, guys. Was that enough time?
Yes. So the traditions that I referenced can be found in the Mishnah. It's spelled Mishnah. I might be
spell it one more time. Mish. Mishnah. Okay. And yes. What are we looking for in the Mishnah?
1 second. I don't know if I have an exact reference within that. Recorded in Mishnah Shoda, the material is not Christian scripture. I don't know if I have the exact reference within the Mishnah. I can go get the exact reference if you like, but
well, I mean, it's your choice. One or two things happen here. Either we have that reference and we can like look at that, or Hitchum's razor. Argument introduced without evidence is dismissed without evidence.
The reference is Mishnah.
I can go find just saying Mishnah. That's enough.
I'll go find the exact reference. I'm actually probably gonna get my computer charger so we can just do this simultaneously.
Yeah, go ahead. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. I'm putting that in my back pocket. Jared, because I saw that as well once I started looking that up. So I'm putting it in my back pocket. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Let's see if we can get her some help while she gets everything that she needs so we can keep this going. Again, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. How are you, Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? RC Moon Pie, are you a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background? RC Moon Pie going once, RC Moon Pie going twice. All right. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. How are you, a Trump supporter or disagree?
I'm just gonna put myself on mute. I'm just gonna put myself on mute real quick. I'm still here. I just don't want to stay out of the app.
Yeah, all good. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Gerald and Loki, both of you are in the request, but both of you are on burner accounts. Kindly fuck off. I'm not bringing people up on burner accounts. You have to go get your main account. If you want to come up and debate, then you have to come up with your main account. I gotta admit, you got some faithful followers that love to talk shit, ops and inboxes. I'm about to give a fuck. Nobody. Like, get out of here, you asshat. No one cares about you crying in the comment section. Fuck off. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. You're new to TikTok? Well, sucks for you. Sucks for you, bub. Absolutely sucks for you. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree with that. One at the bottom.
Christians weaponize Christianity?
Yep.
Okay. Well, go ahead and tell me why you disagree with the premise that Christians weaponize Christianity.
Well, I don't agree with the what it's implying, but I agree with the premise itself that it weaponizes its own religion, absolutely. But it's only like a certain specific group of people always. Like the Klan claimed to be Christians, but obviously they did un-Christ-like things. So to say like Christians as like a generalizing term weaponize the Bible is, I would believe, to be illogical.
Oh, okay. How long has the Klan been around?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would venture to say since like the 1700s or 1800s.
Yeah, since the ending of slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or in slavery within the U.S. Sorry. How long do you think I'm talking about when I say Christians weaponize the Bible?
I wouldn't be sure. You didn't clarify.
Well, you never asked the question, but you did make an insinuation speaking to like specifically the Klan, as if I'm talking about this one-off. So take a guess.
That was a specific example. Example. Another specific example is the Crusades, right? A group of quote unquote Catholics that persecuted and did a bunch of horrible crimes to get to Jerusalem, right?
Got it. Okay. So what I'm talking about is Christianity. Since the creation of Christianity, it's been consistent and persistent. You can say that it's a quote unquote small groups of people, but that would be intellectually, well, not intellectually, it'd just be wrong, right? It would be wrong in the sense of it's been used for a multitude of things, whether we talk about genocides, whether we talk about colonization, whether we talk about like race and racism. Today,
all those things can be.
I'm still finishing my sentence. I'm literally finishing my sentence.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Even if you take a look at today and the way that it has been weaponized against women and the queer community, it's been an overarching theme that has been used. And that's why I say that Christianity is the most harmful tool that has ever been used throughout the history of the world.
Well, I would have to agree with what you said right there, but like I said, that's you can put that to isolated cases, right?
How do you call colonization isolated?
I wasn't referring to colonialization. I'm going to.
I understand, but that's a direct question. How do you call colonialization isolated?
You claim that it was used for racism. Or
sure, that's fine. We'll get to that in a minute, but I would love for you to actually answer my question directly. Hey, you keep trying to talk past what I'm saying, and I don't want you to do that. Please engage directly with the question. How do you call colonialization an isolated situation?
Well, for one, I would say that those people who committed those crimes during colonialization weren't actually reading the scripture, because if they were, they wouldn't be committing such horrible acts.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that you still aren't understanding the question. I'm not saying, you know, whether the people that engaged in it understood or whether they were quote unquote reading it or not. The question one more time is, how do you call colonialization a singular or a small act? I can't even remember the phrase you said, but like isolated. There we go. Isolated.
I was referring to certain isolated incidents. Colonialization is not an isolated incident.
Okay. What about genocide?
Genocide. I mean, there's been multiple genocides that have been committed by quote unquote Christians across history.
Yeah. So how do you call that an isolated situation?
I said isolated situations have happened in which people have weaponized the Bible throughout history. And I would claim to say that those people are wrong in doing that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the people. We're specifically saying, how do you call genocide an isolated situation?
I literally conceded on that. I literally said that.
Okay.
That genocide are. I said that there are isolated incidents of genocides, but I never said that genocide is an isolated incident. It happens everywhere.
Cool. How do you call race and racism an isolated situation?
I never claimed that as well. So you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. You said that it's been an isolated situation throughout history.
I said that there have been multiple isolated incidents,
right?
And, you know, sir, multiple incidents throughout history.
Right, but I named specific things, and you said that in response to me naming genocide, colonialization, racism, and the oppression of queer people and women today. So you said that it was isolated situations in response to me naming those things off. So I'm trying to verify, how are any of the things that I named off isolated situations?
Well, if I claim that and you said those things, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say those things.
Okay, so we're going to drop the premise that it was an isolated situation. Okay, perfect. So it's not an isolated situation. Got it.
Yeah, Prince, by the way, I don't want to interrupt, but just whenever you're ready to pivot from that.
Yeah, give me just a few more moments here. Go ahead, Jamie.
No rush.
Okay, so for one, right? Christians weaponizing the Bible is not like a new incident. That's been happening ever since the formation of the religion. But the church has been working for many, many years to repel those kinds of people. I mean, you never say that the church officials would declare what the Klan did anything good.
Wait, the church has been working to repel what? What do you mean? Be specific with that statement. I don't want to like misunderstand you or anything. You said the church have been working to repel those people. What do you mean?
When it comes to incidents such as genocide, racism, sexism, or like homophobia or anything like that, the church repels all of those things.
And when you say like, repel, you mean like reject it, fight against it? What do you mean?
Those type of people are not reading the scripture clearly.
No. I need to understand what you're saying. You said the actual church repels it. What do you mean repels? Like, are you saying that the church rejects those aspects, that they like fight against it? I need you to be specific.
Yes, the church rejects those kind of people. I mean, like, could you say any church official nowadays that isn't like an extremist that's obviously been and brought anathema upon, that like would say that the like Armenian genocide was a good thing?
Maybe, but can I just verify one other thing? Because I'm talking about the different churches have been culpable throughout the history of all of these different things. And I do have examples as of today, but are you saying that you're only talking about today and you are conceding to prior instances of the church not doing it? Or do you think the church has always done that?
I believe that at least in the instance of my church that it's always done that.
So we're only talking about your church?
Yes. I can't.
Why would we only be talking about your church? Because like that's indicative of like one church.
Okay, so we're just talking about like the entirety of Christendom, like just all like every.
I said Christianity. I'm talking about all of Christianity.
Well, then I would agree. Like across most, if not all, of Christendom, that there have been incidents of racism, genocide, sexism, and homophobia across all of them.
So you agree overall that Christians weaponize the Bible?
Yes, but
okay.
what
so
I
you
disagree
concede.
with here is that you're making this like generalizing statement about it. Like you're making these
and if this entire time I've been giving you leeway to disprove the quote unquote generalized statement, but you just circled all the way back around to a concession. So do you have anything that disproves the quote unquote generalized statement and then the actual supporting details that I gave when I say that I'm specifically talking about Christians weaponizing the Bible?
Well, if we look in scripture, right, I'm sure that those incidents have been like what's the word, like anathematized within the text itself. I wouldn't venture to say that the Bible would support any of those things.
It's not about the Bible supporting those things. It's literally about the Christians weaponizing the Bible.
Okay, so then I would agree with that statement.
Okay, so you concede.
Like just talk about those. Yeah, I would concede if it's just talking about those instances. Yeah.
I'm talking about Christianity as a whole. Throughout the history of Christianity, they've weaponized Christianity to create to carry out atrocities that have been widespreading and affecting the entire world, not just the United States of America, but the entire world. Do you agree or disagree?
The whole of Christianity?
Christianity as a whole, throughout the entire history of the world, since the start of Christianity up until today, has been used and weaponized to marginalize, hurt, harm different people, groups, and throughout the entire existence, all the way until today. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I'll concede with that.
All right, thank you for coming up. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. W's in the chat for Jared for the one. Jared, I got your message. Again, I'm putting this in my back pocket. Definitely putting this in my back pocket. Thank you so much for that. And again, guys, can we knock out the Let 'em Cooks, please? And I'm trying to get up to 1 million likes. I need your participation. We've been live for an hour and we're only at 155,000 likes, guys. Please, 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 let's get the likes moving. All right, Jamie, you said that you're back. You got your resource. We are looking at the Mishnah, and you're supposed to be telling me specifically where in the Mishnah that it says that pregnant women were excluded from the ritual of the bitter waters.
Yes. Before I do that, can I touch on something from earlier?
Sure.
Okay. I've just seen comments on it, so I just want to expand on it a little bit, if that's okay.
Wait, comments talking to the chat or talking about something that we talked about?
No, I'm not talking to the chat. It's
okay,
comments it's something that we talked about at the very beginning, but okay. I'm seeing it's okay. So you'd mentioned on the live, or when I first joined this live, why are you coming on talking about abortion to a man? Mm-hmm. I don't want to sound insensitive. For me, there's a couple of reasons I am joining. One, there's a few views of my own within this discussion that I'm personally trying to hash out. And while I disagree with you on a lot, I respect you and I respect your platform. So I'm trying to really, really help develop my own personal views on that. And I also don't think moral issues are limited to those who it only affects. That's why I understand where you come from with not really wanting to talk about it. And I do respect that. I do respect that. So I'm not going to push it. But I just wanted to make that clarifying statement. But in regards to the specific reference we're looking at, it's the Mishnah Sota 4:3.
Oh wait, you said 4-3. I thought you were gonna go 4-1. So we're jumping to 3.
4-3. That's the specific passage where it says pregnant by another man. It does start in 4-1 where it gets
Can
a list.
we start at 4-1 and go from there?
Sure. Yeah. That's the 4-1. I believe that's just where it's giving a list of different situations in which this ritual would be prohibited. 4-3 is where it specifically references a pregnant woman.
Okay. So let's see here. We have the Mishnah up. Let's put it on the screen. Oh, dang it.
I don't want to act like I'm super well educated in terms of Jewish law, because I'm not, but this is just what I found doing my own research.
All right. I have the 4-1 up already, but let's go. You said 4-3. So here's 4-1, 2, 3. All right. A woman who's pregnant with a child of another man at the time of her marriage, and a woman who is nursing a child of another man at the time of her marriage, neither drink the bitter water nor collect payment of their marriage contracts. This is because in Rahibic law, they may not marry for 24 months after the baby's birth, and therefore these also continue prohibited marriages. This is the statement of Rabbi Mira, and the rabbi says he can spare from her and remarry her after the time of 24 months has elapsed, and therefore these are considered permanent marriages. And the woman can drink the bitter waters. A sexual underdeveloped woman who is incapable of bearing children, and an elderly woman, and a woman who is incapable of giving birth for other reasons, neither collect payment of marriage contract nor drink the bitter waters, as a marriage cannot be given Constitution a violation of the Mishnah to be fruitful and multiply. So I'm going to stop here. So just FYI, you are using this. I want to make sure that we're on the same page. You're using this as justification for your statement that women who are pregnant could not engage in taking the bitter waters.
It's more in response to something you said earlier about how it's clear when you're, it can often be clear when you're pregnant, and these specific circumstances and context of the Numbers 5 chapter. And I might have misunderstood what you were saying or misremembering, so please correct me.
I just want to okay, let's level set. I'm saying number 5 gives the prescription for an abortion, and that's what's happening. Now, my understanding is that you were getting this from the Mishnah to tell how women that are pregnant are not allowed to engage in the acts of the bitter water. Are we speaking past each other or what?
Yeah, that's a large part of it. But there was also something that you had said about how it's clear when women are pregnant in context of this particular passage that
I said that. Yeah, like I said, it's indicative of because I mentioned that it is in perpetuation of sex, and so direct connection is children. All right,
right. And you I think you were using that to say that it goes to show that the woman in this particular passage could possibly or it is speaking of a pregnant woman and not without actually saying pregnant woman. That's what I was understanding.
Sure. All right. I appreciate you getting me this information, and I will say that you are more prepared than normal guests. Now, the question I do have for you is, what's the difference between what we just read in the Mishnah and then what we just read from the King James Bible?
Well, are you asking for like the the contextual difference? Or are you asking like why is the Mishnah and the like what?
What's the symmetry breaker?
Can you clarify that?
What's the symmetry breaker between the two?
So the Mishnah, if I'm not answering your question correctly, please stop me. But the Mishnah, it's the reason I think it's important is because it's not, you're looking at material while it's not necessarily in the Christian or in the Bible. It's not in the Jewish Holy Scriptures either. But it is it's important to really, in my opinion, to understand how Jewish scholars interpreted that specific Numbers 5 passage, which is evident in the Mishnah, to really come to an understanding of what that passage was talking about.
Okay. Cool. Sorta, kinda, almost there. Let's make it simpler. Can you use the Mishnah or the Talmud? Can you use either one of those to interpret the Quran?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not part of the Quran, but it's also Mishnah. The people who wrote the Mishnah weren't scholars of the Quran. They were scholars of the Jewish Holy Scriptures.
Oh, wait. Okay. So are you saying that you couldn't use the Mishnah nor the Talmud to interpret the Quran because they're different religions?
Yeah, you're not. Basically, yeah.
Okay. Is Judaism and Christianity the same religion?
No.
Okay. So if you can't use the Mishnah and the Talmud to interpret the Muslim holy texts, then how could you use the Mishnah and the Talmud to interpret the Christian holy text, which is the Bible?
Because the Old Testament is still part of the Jewish holy text.
Okay, but
Yeah,
wait, hold on. I want to be very clear with this. This is specifically used for rabbis when it comes to Judaism. And you trying to actually say that this can be applied to Christianity, I hear you. I think, like, if that's your actual premise, then you have to concede that it could be used for God damn it, I just said the word, the Quran, because there's religious texts and parallels between all three religious books. So
you don't though, because it's like you're separating Christianity from Judaism. And it is because, okay, yes, it is two different religions, but do you understand? I'm just trying to get a basis of how much you know about how basically the Old Testament turning into the New Testament, Old Covenant into the New Covenant, but the Old Covenant was still never that doesn't mean it's null and void. Like that's something.
I know a lot of Christians try to say that it's gone and it's not, because they said, oh, Jesus, we don't have to follow the Old Testament anymore. Well, Jesus actually said, nope, just come here to uphold the law and all the other stuff. I know this. You can just assume that whatever you're going to talk about, I know. You don't have to like kid glove me in any aspect.
Sure. So, I mean, that really is what it boils down to, though, because Christianity, the Old Covenant, the Old Testament is the Jewish law. Mm-hmm. That is what they followed. And as I said, just because we're following Christianity, as you just acknowledged, I apologize. I don't disregard the Old Covenant. I'm not going to read the Old Testament to not understand my religious context of the New Covenant and new life under Christ, if that makes sense. Like I can use both to come to my conclusions without fully subscribing to one or the other. I
mean, like I hear you, right? But the question that I'm still trying to get an actual understanding is, like, do you, in that same premise, can we use those to interpret the Quran?
No, because because the Quran isn't part of the Christian or the Jewish religion.
Well, again, they share, like the Quran has certain religious texts as well that's directly connected with the Christian texts and Jewish texts.
That doesn't make it the same religion, though.
That's Judaism and Christianity isn't the same religion either.
Judaism and Christianity are more closely interrelated.
I didn't say anything about it being closely related. Hold on, Jamie. I need you to lock in for a second. Okay. You said that Islam and Christianity are not the same religion. And I agree. But now you're saying that Judaism and Christianity, they're closely related. I'm not saying how close. One second, I'm going to finish. Okay. I'm not saying how close or far are they in relation. I'm saying, are they the same religions?
I'm not saying it's more than them just being closely related. Judaism is ultimately the predecessor of Christianity. You can't say that same about the Quran. It's like we talked about before. You don't just ignore the Old Testament because of the New Testament, but there's nothing in the New Testament or the Old Testament that says, hey, we got to talk about, but like we got to look at the Quran. There's nothing between the two scriptures, the two holy texts that say, hey, we need to drive off of this completely other religion to try and make sense of things. That's why it's not comparable. Okay. Because Judaism precedes Christianity in a way that you should be using the Old Testament to form your Christian beliefs in a way that the Quran does not use Christianity or Judaism.
So I think the issue that we're having here is, like, you for some reason think since it quote unquote precedes it. I'm not saying that Judaism wasn't prior to Christianity. I mean, yes, Jesus was Jewish apparently, or whatever, by the by the text. But the point that I'm really trying to drill home is, if you're going to concede and say that yes, they're separate religions, but they're closely intertwined, then you have to
concede because it's more than them. And no, I don't, because it's more than them being closely intertwined. Exactly as I said. Can you respond to my point specifically about how it's derived from the same? I mean, you did acknowledge that. You just acknowledged
I was
that
in the middle of doing it, but you actually cut me off.
Sorry, continue. Sorry, I didn't realize I cut you off. Please continue.
Yeah. As I was saying,
also, I have a hard cut off in like 10 minutes. Just an FYI.
Oh, okay. Well,
but I can come back later. But
well, let's do this. If we can, I mean, if you have a hard cutoff, then I really want to like push this thing forward, and I don't want to continue to get stuck with the actual minutia. Can you give me a direct source that tells us that women should not engage in the bitter waters that derives from Christianity?
That derives from Christianity. That goes back to what I said before.
I'm not accepting the context. I'm not accepting the Mishnah or the Talmud because give me a second. I'm not accepting the Mishnah or the Talmud because these are written specifically for Judaism. So like that's, you and I can go back and forth and we can continue to try to flesh that out. But since you have 10 minutes, I'm just going to like jump forward to the point of saying I don't accept that because they're two different religions. Do you have anything from Christianity that would say pregnant women shouldn't engage in it?
No, but that's when I would go back to the other point that even if I were to give you this, which I'm not like you said, we can continue to hash this out for a while, but that's where I would move on to my other point about how just because that ritual, that punishment is coming from God, not from humans. And at the end of the day, you have divine intervention versus human intervention, which is completely different. Okay. Or not completely different, but it's two
divine intervention. Let's like really dig into divine intervention. God bless you. Do you think that God is all knowing, all powerful?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that God is always correct?
Yes.
Do you think the Bible is the word of God?
Yes.
Do you think the Bible is the complete word of God?
Yes.
Do you think that the God, or I'm sorry, do you think that and I think I already know the answer to this because you've answered a couple of, do you think that the word of God, i.e. the Bible, is true?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Why is God pro-incest?
Can you, okay, are we going back to, are you going to go bring up the whole Adam and Eve
Oh, that's one instance.
thing? Okay, I'll be perfectly honest. This is going to lead into a lot. I want to come back when I have more time than 10 minutes, because this could definitely lead into a much less than 10 minutes now. This can lead into a much more in-depth conversation.
Can you give me a high level understanding then? Do you believe, yes or no, that God is pro-incest?
I don't want to give you, I have a really hard time condensing things down into short answers. So
yeah, but overall,
I really
your premise, do you,
if
with the statement that I say, when I say God is pro-incest, do you agree or disagree with the statement?
I disagree.
Okay. Any points that you can call out specifically why you would disagree with God is pro-incest?
Not in a short answer, not in a short form answer.
Question then.
Because I know the context of what you're asking.
Sure. Question then. Do you think that there were other humans that were around with Adam and Eve outside of their lineage?
Do I think that there were other humans with Adam and Eve outside of their lineage? Yes. I think it's, so this, again, this goes back to what I said about there not being a short form answer. I think that this is one of the views that I've been hashing out personally myself lately, whether so you have two forms of creationism interpretation, whether it being short-term creationism in 7 days or over the period of however many millions of years through the course of evolution and whatnot. There's two different interpretations of that.
The Bible doesn't talk about evolution.
Personally hashing out. What?
The Bible doesn't talk about evolution.
The Bible doesn't talk about evolution. There's some interpretations that allow for that. There definitely is.
There's no text in the Bible that specifically actually cites revolution. That's not true.
I'm not saying that it cites evolution. I'm saying that there are some interpretations that allow for that. That you're not going to get one. You're not going to get one interpretation across. Like, there's so many different things, different conclusions that people draw to. You're not going to find one person who has the same conclusion on this.
There would have to be biblical scholars. Okay, we can hold that one. And if you, are you coming back within the next couple of hours, or what?
Yeah, probably within the next 2.5 hours, if you'll still be live.
Okay, perfect. One last question. Can we agree, at least on this? God in the Bible specifically condemns incest, but there are two major events in the Bible where it seems as if there's incest in play.
Adam and Eve and Noah. Yes, I know exactly where you're going with that. So yeah, okay. we can absolutely have a more in-depth conversation on that in a couple hours. All right. Hey, it was nice meeting you.
Likewise.
I enjoyed this conversation. I'm excited to talk to you later. I watch your lives. I watch Dean's lives. I watch everybody. I like you all. So we disagree on a lot, but at the end of the day, we're all humans. So,
absolutely. Thank you. Feel free to come back. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. We got Jamie over on YouTube. Jamie, I have you on the screen over on YouTube. I see you typing away in the chat. Jamie, I hope you notice when you click the link to come up, there is a requirement for being able to join the live, which the requirement is turning on your camera for an introduction. So I have you on the screen. The only thing that you have to do, Jamie, is cut your camera on. We can run through the quick introduction. You can turn it back off if you want to, but that's the only way that you're going to be able to debate me from YouTube. If you are unwilling to do that, you can go ahead and drop out now. There are no exceptions. Literally, it's right beside the link that says debate me, between the point that says debate me and the point that says, there we go. All right, perfect. Jamie, you can turn it off if you want to, or you can stay on camera. Your call. I unmuted
Jimmy, not Jamie.
Jimmy?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jimmy. I apologize.
J-I-M-M-I-E, Jimmy, like Jimmy John's.
Right, that's what I said. I apologize. All right. Jimmy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I can't really see anything on the background of your screen, but I am a Trump supporter, and I have listened to a few of the things that you've been saying that could have been a weapon.
Your signal's breaking up, Jimmy. Jimmy, your signal's going really bad right now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me see if I can't.
Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's see if you can work out the signal. Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that
Can
out.
you hear me now?
Yeah, you can keep trying.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's still lagging just a little bit, though.
That's probably my internet right here where I'm at.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm doing the best I can.
Okay, we can go ahead and try. But if it continues to break up really bad, we might have to try another time. But Jimmy, one more time, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I am a Trump supporter, and I disagree with a lot that you have on the background, like Christianity being used as a weaponizing thing. I disagree with the fact that you were talking earlier about socialism being better than capitalism. I completely disagree with that as well.
Which point on the background do you disagree with the most, where you would like to start?
Well, let's start with your points on Christianity being a weaponization, and you brought up about the genocides and a few other things, and you attributed those to Christianity specifically. Now, my question to you would be, are you going to concede that it's not just Christianity that has done those things, but that it has been people that have misused and said they were Christians when they really weren't? Because I can literally remember how people in the South, and I mean, you've even brought it up about the Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan was formed by the Democratic Party, and they were remaining in the South. Everybody from the Southern Confederate soldiers, all those were Democrats.
Okay, what did you think you just said just now, Jimmy? What point do you think you just made?
What I think the point I'm making is that you're saying that you're trying to point to Christianity as being the weaponizing source, when Christianity been a factor in what's going on. It's people lying, saying, oh, they're Christian when they're really not, because true Christians are actually out there helping people, just like the Truman Railroad.
Okay. Jamie, what's the requirement to be deemed a Christian?
The requirement to being deemed a Christian is following the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Anything else?
Believing in him. Mm-hmm. Believing in him. I mean, what are you getting at? I mean,
I just wanted us to level set. Those are the two requirements. Yeah, I wanted to level set. I wanted to ensure that we knew what the two requirements are to be deemed a Christian, which you're right. It's to believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and it is to follow the teachings, right? And so tell me, based off of anyone who professed that Jesus is the Son of God and they study the teachings of Jesus, how can you determine if someone is or is not a Christian from that point? Then, if they say that, yes, they believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and yes, they have studied the teachings, the Bible.
You see how you watch how they treat people, but you also have to understand that they're still human. They're going to make mistakes, and they're going to mess things up.
Yep, I agree. Like, that's the entire premise of Christianity. So the point that I'm trying to get to, Jamie, is that while you sit here and say, well, I'm still speaking, Jamie. I don't know if Jamie, can you hear me? I was in the middle of speaking. I was saying that you're absolutely correct. So with that premise, as long as they check off those two qualifications, any and everyone can deem themselves as Christians, right? And even more so, they can do fucked up shit as long as they actually repent before death and be allowed into the quote unquote kingdom of God. So just to make sure that we are clear and understanding, you can sit here and say, well, these people aren't really Christians. Yeah, I hear you, but they meet the qualifications of being Christians, and the people who quote unquote meet the qualifications of being Christians are the ones that have carried out these atrocities. Let's point directly to a main source. Would you say that the church is an entity of Christianity?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Why would I? Okay, because it's not about the church. Being Christian doesn't mean you're going to church.
That's not what I said, Jimmy.
Some pastor or preacher says.
That's not what I said, Jimmy.
Well, I mean, and you asked me what I believe, and this is
no. I'm not saying what you believe. I'm trying to get an understanding between us as far as reality. This isn't about believe or not believe. I said, would you agree that the church is an entity of Christianity?
No, I would not believe that the church is an entity of Christianity unless we define what a church is.
A church, a tabernacle, a temple, a place of worship dedicated to Christianity.
That's not church. According to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that's not church.
What's church?
Church is the human body where the Holy Spirit resides.
Yes, anywhere where two or more people are gathered, then a church is that. Yes, the Lord is that. Yes, you're playing semantics, and I hear you because you want to try to get away from the point. But like, you're sitting here playing games and acting as if like the actual embodiment, the actual bride of Christ, which Jesus said the church is his bride, and you're going to pretend as if the church is not an entity of Christ. I'm sorry, the church is not an entity of Christianity, when Jesus specifically said that the church is his bride.
And who is the church?
The church is
what my point is that when
you completely cut out. You completely cut out. I'm not going to do disingenuous, and I'm also not going to do a bad signal. Jimmy, when you fix that signal and when you stop being disingenuous, you're more than welcome to come back. Besides that, we're going to keep it pushing. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Jared for the one said, if the curse is from God and God's curse causes abortion, then God supports abortion. Absolutely factual. W's in the chat. W's in the chat over on YouTube for Calvary, who sent a $5 super chat to say, her Jeebus said the simplest thing. Oh, he without sin cast the first stone. It's amazing how easily they disregard that. Facts. W's in the chat for Miss Bella Sella for the $10 super chat to say, her trying to make a point about one Abrahamic religion matching the other, but ignoring the main religion founded in the same region of the world is a headache. Included, yeah, like that's like all Abrahamic religions are connected. So she was just being disingenuous. W's in the chat for that. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I see a couple of people in the request, and I would think that you may not mean to be there. So guys, please look down at the bottom. If you see the pink and blue person, you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you're in the request, you're here, and you're ready to debate. So make sure that if you see the gray person at the bottom, that means you're here and you're ready to debate. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, Sierra. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
That's why I put it in the...
Guys, please check the request. I see a lot of people that I would think did not mean to actually be in the request. Please, please, please check and verify that you mean to be in the request. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Queen Crazy, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Yep. I don't know if this person's going to load. Okay. How are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay. Which point do you disagree with the most? Where you like to start?
For sure, the capitalism topic.
Okay. Tell me why you disagree with the premise that socialism is better than capitalism.
All right. So because socialism just simply, in basic terms, it does not generate nothing. You know, it doesn't generate wealth or anything. That's just, I'll just lead with that.
No. Okay. So you disagree because you say socialism doesn't generate anything. Anything else that you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, socialism, like I said, doesn't generate anything, doesn't generate wealth. Also, it's kind of, we kind of already have certain things like we the people, et cetera, et cetera. So like to implement more of those principles, it would be futile, right? We already have state ownership. We the people, so we have certain values of that. But just to completely go to that, we wouldn't generate anything. You wouldn't be able to do this, what you're doing right now, brother.
Okay. And just to make sure we are having the same conversation, can you tell me what socialism is?
Socialism is, I mean, simply just either the government or the people owning production, the means of production.
Okay. Yep. There's a generalized understanding there. Okay, perfect. One more thing. Help me understand what's so beneficial about capitalism.
Rather than the government owning the means of production, individuals can own the means of production, meaning instead of us only being able to watch this broadcast that you're hosting via CNN or whatever government-owned thing, we can actually listen to Santana, which is why capitalism is so beautiful.
Okay, so you're saying that, not really. Let me just try to reword and you tell me if I'm off base as far as what you're saying. You're saying capitalism allows us to have more choices? Is that what you're saying?
For sure, more choices. And I guess I was saying ownership, that we could individually host this podcast.
Okay, individual ownership. Yeah. Okay, do you think there's anything else that's beneficial for capitalism?
Innovation. I mean, it drives up revenue. That's just, capitalism is simply how we have the majority of the things we have, at least in the United States.
Okay. All right. Perfect. A couple of things that I want to level set on and make sure that we're not speaking past each other. So one, there's multiple forms of quote unquote socialism, right? You can talk about the premise of democratic socialism, which is when governments institute social safety nets for their constituents. You see those in places that have like Nordic models, like Norway and blah, blah, blah. You have the premise of socialism, which is the one that you kind of spoke to, where workers own the means of production. And then you have the true premise of socialism, which runs in parallel directly with communism. So I just want to make sure that you understand that my entire premise is to get to the true point of socialism, which runs in parallel with communism, because communism is the optimal state for all Americans, in my opinion. Not a communist, but I think that communism is absolutely preferable to any other societal aspect that we can deal with. Now, I want to dig into let's get past the capitalist part first before we get to the socialism part. Capitalism, you said that it gives us like individual ownership, innovation, and revenue. Do you think capitalism throughout the history of our country has been beneficial for everyday Americans?
For sure, yeah, definitely.
How
so? So I mean, prime example, you're on TikTok, you're whatever doing your thing on TikTok. I got a 9-to-5 myself. Without capitalism, I wouldn't be able to go to my 9-to-5. You wouldn't be able to be on TikTok because no one would have had that leverage. That is a true statement, because just let me finish the point, brother. Because no one would have had that leverage to create TikTok, to create the company and business that I work for.
That's not a true statement.
That is true. Also, that is true.
It's literally not.
I'll explain to you.
Even under the premise of socialism, there is still the initiative for like jobs and work and
but there's no innovation, property. And that was the point.
That socialism is literally the way that we've seen innovation occur throughout our country's society. What happens in socialism is that the United States government will take actual public projects like medicine or technology inventions, stuff like that, oftentimes deriving from like schools and people who are looking to find a career and all this other stuff. And as soon as they actually get something that's worth having, then the government takes that and then issues grants to private companies in order to develop it more and then scale it up to the point of distribution. So most of the innovative things that we've seen progress our society in America, specifically in medicine, have all derived from a form of socialism.
Okay, bet. I see where you just went with that. That you kind of snapped, but I mean, even then, like I said, because my point was that I was trying to lean towards innovation, and now you're trying to say, well, the government innovated, and it's like, well,
no, I'm saying the people innovated, and then the government took that and then upscaled it.
So I'll hit you with this, right? So I'm a candidate for a PhD, right? I can't get the funding and the grants unless if I'm on the same agenda and on the same program as this institution that gets the funding and the grant via the government. So that alone does not contribute to innovation, because what if I don't want to go down this agenda and I have my own brilliant ideas that I think should come to light? But again, the only way to get this funding via grants and the government for innovation is to be on that typical agenda, which kind of contributes to what I'm saying. There is no innovation. You just got to follow the script, what the government tells you to do.
Well, no, there's absolutely still innovation in that instance, right? The innovation still comes down to the actual person. Just because this is the main driver for you and your innovation does not mean that that's the main driver for everyone and their innovation. I can agree with you that when it comes to like our society today, right? And this is where the symmetry breaker is. Our society is not a socialist aspect. But I'm just telling you that like innovation has been garnered through socialism. But with that being said, you following the actual requirements laid out in order to get your PhD is not the same as people who have different innovations that the government deems to be vital, important, and useful, where they can upscale. I think those are like different things. And even if you have innovation that don't fall within the strict parameters of like being able to get those government grants and things like that, you still have the ability to actually go forth with that initiative on your own. I mean, of course, the lack of resources becomes no, that exists in socialism and communism as well.
So now you're arguing, excuse me. So now I just want to give you my interpretations. You're arguing for something that we already have, which is a mixed economy. I'm
disputing your point that this is exclusive to capitalism.
So it's mutually exclusive.
You're saying that innovation is exclusive to capitalism. I'm saying innovation is existent regardless of capitalism. That's my point.
Okay, yeah. And okay, cool. I mean, and I still stand on that because, again, I provided you a point within education, and it's going to be the same thing within business. In order for you to get this grant, you have to be within those parameters. And if you don't get the grant and you do it on your own, that would be capitalism, sir.
Can you repeat what I said that I'm looking to prove?
You're just saying that in theory there could be innovation, but by getting grants and getting funding from the government. Okay.
The point that I'm making is that innovation is not exclusive to capitalism. That's the entire point.
Yeah, but that's I'm disagreeing with that. Remember how I provided multiple examples on how you have to follow this strict protocol to even do that, which is that truly innovation? Sure. If I say, hey, you have to build this table this certain way, but you don't want the table like that. You want your PC to have a little holder on the table. You know, you want your own little fixture on the table, but I say you have to build this table a certain way. Is that innovation? Santana?
Did I give you examples, speaking of like medicine and everything, how innovation occurs within a socialist model?
And I said you snapped on that as of right now.
No. I'm just trying to make sure that we understand that. So you gave me your premise as far as innovation occurring under capitalism. I gave you a premise of innovation occurring under socialism. Can we both agree on that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, perfect. So if we agree that you gave me an example of innovation occurring under capitalism, and I gave you an example that occurs under socialism, then we both have to agree that innovation is not mutually exclusive to capitalism. I'm not denying that that innovation happens under capitalism. I'm saying that innovation is not exclusive to capitalism.
Yeah, and I'm just sorry. I just have to still disagree with that because I actually
you've already agreed with the example of it under socialism
to a certain extent. Like I'm allowing you to speak. You know what I mean? To a certain because obviously you can't obviously the average you can't. I don't know if a lot of people know that, but first and foremost, the majority the majority of hospitals are like nonprofits, right? And then they also have independent hospitals, right? So obviously the hospitals and the medicine that you're talking about is nonprofits. So obviously if someone's going to medical school, first and foremost, there's so many requirements and prereqs to get into medical school. Like you have to be on this agenda. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're missing the point, right? And the point that I'm trying to drill home is you are making an argument that innovation requires socialism. I'm sorry, requires innovation requires capitalism. And my point, the counterpoint, is innovation exists regardless of capitalism. And you accepting me talking about where did the creation of cell phone technology come from?
Where did the creation of enlighten me?
That's
a leading question. The USS. Oh,
yeah. USSR innovated because the USSR innovated and had propriety on cell phone technology. Would you say that cell phone technology is innovative?
For sure, yeah.
Was the USSR capitalistic society?
No, they were ran by a dictator that you love. You love commies. So they was ran by a dictator, bro.
Was the USSR a capitalist society?
No.
Okay, perfect. So if the USSR was not a capitalist society, then how did the innovation that we use today, that we rely on today, how did that come out of a non-capitalist society?
What happened? I couldn't hear you.
If innovation requires capitalism, how is it that technology that we use today, that we rely on today, came out of a non-capitalist society?
Well, see, I think we're conflating a few things. So like with the USSR, and I got to do a little bit more research before I misrepresent it, but I would assume that the government had owned this patent and that they had specialized within the concept of a cellular device, right? But then
I'm not looking for like information around like how they did it in the sense of like the patent and stuff. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Because that alone is capitalism.
No, it's not. I need you. I need you to.
Capitalism.
That's not. That's not capitalism. That's not capitalism.
Yes, that is. What?
If you are in a socialist society, then how can innovation come from a socialist society if there's no capitalism?
But there is capitalism. I was trying to illustrate how the government literally capitalized on the manufacturing of cell phones. Like that's like, I don't think you understand, like in a communist, in those type of societies, the government is the one that's the capitalist because they have
let me try one more for you.
I bet.
Who was the first group of people to be able to generate and sustain electricity?
These are just so many leading questions, dude. Just enlighten me.
The Egyptians. Exactly.
The Egyptians. Oh, okay. Via the water and the sun and solar?
Through a multitude of things. They actually set the framework, then were able to generate and harness electricity and energy in the same veins, molds, and methods that we utilize today. They were not a capitalist society. They were a communal society, i.e. communism. So how did the innovation of energy and electricity, which we still use today, derive from a society that was not a capitalist society?
Man, I'm sorry, bro. For me, that was just, so you're saying that they created electricity and they weren't nothing. You know, that's an ancient society. We can't say
they
that
were
they were
communal. Prior to like feudalism, when the patriarchy was instituted, and then we shifted towards, race and capitalism, societies were communal, and there were different aspects of communal living, but they were overwhelmingly largely communal. So again, the question I'm trying to understand, if this is a non-capitalist society where, it's not about the almighty dollar, then how is it that there's innovation coming out of a society that's not centered around the almighty dollar?
So back then, and I don't want to get your thing flagged, so I'm going to censor myself, but back then the dollar would equate to labor. So I noticed how you left out how they had indentured people doing most of that labor work.
Slavery and indentured servitude.
Wait a minute. And the point I was just going to say was that doesn't sound like a communal, a little socialism and communistic society that we imagine
there were
today.
Absolutely slaves and indentured servants throughout the history, even in that time. And what happened is when those slaves or indentured servants actually ran the course, or whatever the case may be, they were integrated into the society. There's different aspects depending on different times, and they were not used as the capital of that society. Not
that
like
that
occurred,
bro. That's ownership. I'm sorry, brother.
I'm going to finish my sentence. Not like what occurred with chattel slavery, where Black people literally became the capital. That's different things. And again, we're talking about communal living, but I feel like you're not engaging because for some reason you keep trying to run from the overall point. So I'm going to let Ari go first. I know Solid probably wants to speak to you as well, but Ari, floor is yours.
Got it. I'm sorry for over talking. He keeps saying
you're
leading
good.
questions.
I'm like, you don't know what a leading question is, bro. Because that's not a leading question. It's just a question, right? And it's also trying to get your understanding of concepts. That's not leading. I just want to make sure I'm saying baseline. Santana, did you ask him what is socialism?
Yeah, and he went to like the stock definition of owners own the means of production, and then I told him like the different aspects of like democratic socialism, the standard definition, and then the true form of socialism. So he has an understanding of all of those, and then I drove home the point that I'm talking about the true form of socialism that we're shifting toward, or that I would think we should shift towards.
We're gonna have a conversation about the word true. True form of socialism. And I do giggle when people say the true form of socialism, because there's only one form of socialism.
Yeah, but you know, I'm talking about how people use it and understand it. Like Noah gets on me about this stuff all the time, and he hates when I say like communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society, and which I get the point. But then I also think like there's something to be said about trying to have these conversations with people who have like different understandings and all this other stuff. But yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree.
You're more talking about true and the true understanding of what socialism, rather than the concept they have in their mind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I fucked with it. All right, I got you. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, nah, bro, you have no idea what you're talking about, because capitalism actually stifles innovation. Yeah, it stifles that shit. Because what breeds innovation, what Santana's talking about, is need. When people have a need. So like, why did the USSR create cell phone technology? Because they needed better comms for emergency situations.
For military,
that was the need. That was the need, right? Why?
The mean was that it was being ran by Stalin, like this ruthless dictator.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah,
One second,
yes,
Mark, quick question for you. Did you
Can I just land the plane real quick?
No. I don't want you to land anything. Did you go look up and like educate yourself on the institution of cell phone technology within the USSR?
No, I just know. I know about how computers.
So if you hold on 1 second. Hold on. Oh, okay. What source did you actually just go pull up and educate yourself on? Give that to me.
This is going to sound funny. This is going to sound funny, but I mean, it's the History Channel, like the history.com. I mean, like,
okay, history.com. What are we looking at?
We're looking about
what's the title?
The ruthless leader named Joseph Stalin.
What's the title of the source that you actually pulled up and educated yourself? I need you to understand what I'm saying, Mar. Please stop spamming stuff and listen to what I'm saying. You said that you actually pulled up a source and educated yourself on cell phone technology within the USSR, because prior to me bringing that up, you didn't know about it. And I'm saying, cool, give me your source that you pulled up and used to educate yourself while you weren't talking for like 3 minutes, that I can actually look at and we can break down together. So saying look up blah, blah, blah is not like a source. I want to know, you said the History Channel. I'm there. I just need the title. So the title would be cell phone technology in the USSR or whatever like that. Like, so give me the title so we can look at specifically what you looked at to educate yourself on this, because if not, then that leads me to believe that you're speaking on something that you haven't properly educated yourself on, making assumptions, speaking against what Ari's saying when you don't actually know the thing. You're just making assumptions.
I'm going to provide you a source, and I'm going to provide you my assumption. All right.
Sure.
My assumption was that they use this technology
give me the source first.
For military combat.
No, Mar.
The source.
Give me the source first.
The source is called Access to Communication Tools in Stalin's Soviet Union.
Is this
from
still
Cambridge University?
Okay, so this is Cambridge. Got it. Cambridge.
This is, yes, sir. This
Cambridge.
This is scholarly articles.
Mar, lock the fuck in, bud.
I just gave you the source.
I need you're spamming words and talking past it. I'm trying to confirm your source. You originally said the History Channel. I'm switching now to Cambridge and I'm pulling it up. So stop spamming shit and just lock in where you are. Cambridge University. You said Cambridge University or Cambridge Press. Which one is it?
Cambridge University Press.
Okay. And what's the title again?
Access to Communication Tools in Stalin's Soviet Union. Published January 20th, 2017. I've given you
I didn't ask for any of that. One more time. The title one more time. Access to what?
Access to communication tools in Stalin's Soviet Union. That's how you cite something. You put the name, the date, and all that. The publisher. I'm sorry.
All right. 1 second. I'm pulling this up. Okay.
What's the DOI?
Say it again, Solid.
What's the DOI?
Do you know what the DOI is? Mar?
What happened?
Do you know what the DOI is?
No, it sounds like a random acronym.
Santana?
Yeah. It's not, but yeah, whatever. Are you looking at so you're not looking at the PDF, are you looking at the journal? Which one? Because there's multiple here. Which one are you looking at? The journal or the PDF? Mar? Solid. Ari, can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Mar, you muted yourself. There you go.
You can't hear me?
No, I couldn't. I saw you mute yourself and then come back off, and now I can hear you. Are you looking at the PDF, the journal? What are you looking at?
Looking at the article.
Okay, so the journal, not the PDF, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The journal has 497 pages. Which page are you looking at? And I'm impressed that you were able to read 497 pages in a couple of minutes. But what page are you looking at?
I didn't say that I read the whole thing. That's what I said. I read the journal.
Okay, sure. What page are you looking at?
Probably freaking page 1. It's like the thesis.
Wait, you said
of this
probably
whole body of work.
freaking page 1 like that. This sounds fishy. That's fine.
It's like the beginning or the back of the book.
Yeah, I got it up here now. I'm gonna just FYI, I'm gonna be fact checking you as you finish up your conversation with Ari, because like it seems like to me you're speaking out your arse, but we'll see. Anyway, Ari, go ahead and finish your point, please. And just FYI, Mar, when Ari finishes and comes back to you, I literally have your information here. So we'll see. Go ahead, Ari.
Yeah, it also doesn't disprove what I'm saying, because you know what? The USSR was also fighting during this period. Nazi fucking ass. They were beating Nazi ass before the United States even stepped into it. So, yeah, they're going to need better comms for communication. So it does not disprove what I say, because capitalism staples innovation. What actually breeds innovation is fucking need. When I need something, I'm going to create something to address that fucking need. What we see through capitalism, though, instead of incentivizing innovation, it just incentivizes copycats, because someone creates something that they need, they have a need and a desire for, and then other people see it, that other people like it, and they just make copycat versions of the same shit over and over again. This is why we have 50 different brands of fucking Coca-Cola, right? That's not innovative, right? And we're seeing it currently happening with this there's a current brand called Bounce Curl. I've talked about this brand called Bounce Curl, where the owner of Bounce Curl, she and her whole family are all curly haired individuals. And she does all of their hair. She does her husband's hair, her kids' hair, and she got very tired of having to do all their curly hair because it takes a lot. So she created a brush to cut down the time it takes to do their hair, define their curls, and all that stuff. Since then, she has been fighting to take all the dupes of her product, because now her product is in high demand, and there's a shit ton of copycats, because that's what happens under capitalism. Right? That a whole bunch of dupes come out and they sell it for cheaper, which people are going to go for the cheaper product. And it disincentivizes her from wanting to create new products. Right? What's the point if people are going to make copycats of it and they're going to sell it for cheaper and people aren't going to buy mine? So the answer is no. And that happens time and time again. We also see situations where individuals create something that's going to revolutionize an industry, and then they get bought out. Because if you take away certain middlemen from an industry, that cuts out people's money. And people like money under capitalism. They like hoarding resources and monopolizing on the resources. So they take that new innovation, they buy that patent, and then they bury it. So no one ever fucking sees it again. So the answer is no. What breeds innovation is need, not capital.
Also, I just want to add in really quickly to highlight Ari's point. The source that you gave literally says this. Like, you trying to pretend that this actually is directly connected to, comms or whatever. They started working on this pre-1924. And the desire to actually speed up long distance communication. They thought that the postal communication was too arduous and didn't communicate quickly enough. And so they started working on this from 1924. And in 1933, they had a lot of the framework and completion of that of the cell phone technology already worked out, including the telephone lines and how they would continue to actually utilize that. That literally says this in the actual information that you gave. The article, well, the journal that you gave me. It even cites how Moscow was the center of the telephone network connection hub. Right. I mean, they had different. Stalin launching in 1928, the specific critique of it and press this forward so they can speed up long distance communication. And FYI, World War II didn't start until 1939. So like all of this came out of, to Ari's point, came out of need. People wanted quicker ways to actually be able to communicate with each other at long distances. And so out of the USSR came cell phone technology that was then made available and useful within World War II. Like, it's literally in the source that you just gave me, bro.
Single major development has been made out of need. COVID vaccine, need. Flu vaccine, need. Insulin, need. All of these things have been created out of a need for something to address an issue.
So yeah, I mean, that's basic economics. A round of applause for everyone. Just real quick, I just want to just go down a few. I got 4
okay, I'm ready
responses. Man, I couldn't even get. Okay, all right.
Go ahead. I go ahead and say.
I was going to respond to every point.
Sure, go ahead.
I was going to respond.
Go ahead. We're waiting.
So yeah, she was talking about dupes and copycats. Obviously, as an entrepreneur and stuff like that, that would be diminishing in some sort, but as a thought provoker and as a true businessman, you would understand that that's basic economics. That's the creation of what we call substitution. So not everyone can afford that expensive brand that you curated and spent so much time in. So obviously lower class, or I don't want to say that, obviously different individuals have different expenses in that they can contribute to that expense. So again, that's what you just elaborated on with substitution.
Just FYI, you trying to mansplain the shit that Ari already. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make sure that I focus you. You trying to mansplain the shit that Ari already said does not contradict what Ari said. Like, if you're going to say something, I'm going to finish the sentence. If you're going to say something, the thing that you say needs to actually disprove Ari's point, not explain why you think the point happened. Like that's not how that works.
I'm disproving it. I'm economically disproving it that again, that not everyone can afford. Like the example she said, Coca-Cola, not everyone can afford. We shouldn't even be worried about that. But not everyone can afford that. So if someone goes with their food stamp card, they may only be able to.
You saying substitutions occur is literally highlighting Ari's point about innovation. There's a desire to have Coca-Cola, and people can't actually afford Coca-Cola. So there becomes substitutions of Coca-Cola because people have a desire to gain Coca-Cola. without the access to Coca-Cola.
Which then is innovation. The reason it's innovation is because
Oh,
a whole nother
go ahead and go through the rest of your points. Go through the rest of your points.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Y'all won't even let me elaborate.
No, go ahead. And I'm just telling you, your points aren't disproving what Ari said. It's just it's not literally you're putting you're supposed to be disproving what Ari said, not putting garnish on the shit that she already said.
You're not allowing me to even
wait. Everyone, wait.
And now she wants to talk again after a 20-minute monologue.
Hey, shut the fuck up, Mar. Because Ari is literally way more welcome up here than you. Like, I don't give a fuck about what you have to say. I care about what Ari has to say. Ari, go ahead.
I just want a clarification point because I think there's a misunderstanding here because he said substitutions are innovative. What is innovation? How do you define that? I just want to make sure we're clear on what we're talking about in terms of innovation.
Economically speaking, it's innovative, bro. It's innovated. It's putting money within commerce, and that's what I was going to try to explain. How this new company derived and can branch on and have parent companies of some other subsidiary off of that idea, and not only that, it supplies the consumer. That's the innovation economically. That someone's able to get the reduced product. Did you not take?
I got him. I don't know what the fuck is happening here. It's super interesting. Whenever you hear my voice, you stop speaking. But when you hear Ari's, for some reason, you think that you don't have to stop speaking. You're going to cut that shit out. You're going to stop
really
that.
Quick, this is for you, Santana. Santana, that's not what you're talking about when we're talking about innovation. Because it feels like now this is a pivot on the word innovation.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's literally, again, he's adding garnish to the shit that you're saying. Like it doesn't disprove it. He's literally just saying, well, you know, like what you said, but let me put a little razzle dazzle on it. That's why I said, like, mansplaining the shit that Ari has already said does not actually defeat the point that she made.
Santana, can you define innovation on how you've been detailing it throughout this whole conversation?
Yeah, innovation is the existence of new technology resources, items that are derived to help society as a whole.
Yeah. Okay. So Santana, you're not talking about innovation within like the economy, as this person's trying to say. You're talking about actual product results that support people's everyday living conditions.
Yep. And I gave examples specifically of like medication that has been used to benefit people.
Now that we have a common understanding of what Santana's been talking about this whole time, Mar, stay on topic. That's what Santana's talking about in terms of innovation. That's what I'm also speaking towards. And I'm pretty sure that's what Solid's going to speak towards. Stay on topic, please. We're not talking about innovations in the economy. We're talking about products.
Okay, so we have Coca-Cola, and then we have the off-brand Coca-Cola, which has a new name, has new ingredients. Pretty much they legally has to have everything new and cannot be a complete copy and dupe of the previous item, which is innovation. But we are we can't fathom that. I don't know why we can't fathom that.
What?
Innovation, having the same thing over and over is not.
I'll concede to that. I'll concede. Yeah, be right. I'll concede to that.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm smarter than you. Go ahead, Solid.
Can I go to the next topic?
And he said he had 4 points. Go ahead, Solid.
Yeah, I got 3 more.
Shit.
Yeah, listen. I'm about to break the toy, so
I don't care. I mean, like, you know, this is stupid. He's not addressing the points.
Yeah, Mar, you don't deserve to be in this conversation.
No, sir.
Yeah. You said you lied about being a PhD candidate.
Okay. Yes, sir.
There's no way you're a PhD candidate and don't know what a DOI number is. It's impossible.
A DOI number?
Yeah.
Well, could you tell me what a DOI number is since you know what it is? I mean,
your doctorate program should tell you that. Hey, fucking
am I
undergrad,
enrolled or am I a candidate? I'm not enrolled.
Undergrad will tell you what a DOI number is, bro.
I knew that my freshman year of college.
But you get it when you take classes. I'm a candidate. I'm not enrolled. What?
When I said undergrad, what do you think I meant?
But no. Did you hear what I just said? That if you're not enrolled, you're not going to get that. I'm not in the degree program yet. I'm a candidate.
Answer the question. When I said undergrad, what do you think I meant?
Schooling. What do you mean?
All right.
You're talking about a 4-year. a 4-year program.
You keep talking about substitutions. The phrase that you're looking for is substitute goods. And what you described
now
was
he's
alternative
just
goods.
gish galloping. Brother talking about, oh my gosh,
You just misused gish galloping.
But you have ADHD. You can't focus on one thing. Are we talking about school or what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
I'm talking about how you don't belong in this conversation.
Okay. All right. So you're upset.
You said mixed economy. What did you mean by mixed economy?
Wow. You're talking about my whole 30-minute dialogue. All right. What about mixed economy? What?
Listen, if you crash out, it means I win. When you said mixed economy, what did you mean?
The USA, for example, has a mixed economy.
What does that mean?
The mixed economy means that we have like democracy, meaning we the people kind of own some of the public, although some of the public's owned by the government, which is we the people.
You're just making it up as you go along.
But also people own private businesses on those grounds. So that's the prime example. We have nonprofits, we have regular businesses. That's
embarrassing. That's
mixed economy.
All right. No. The phrase you're looking for is mixed market economy. What a mixed market economy is where the government intervenes in markets to create equilibrium, to regulate markets. That's what a mixed market economy is. So you did that wrong.
So
you've made so many blunders in this
economy?
conversation.
He thinks he's so smart. What? He thinks he's so smart.
Oh my God!
He's smarter than you, Mar.
He just said what you said isn't right.
Mar. You're not keeping up. Go ahead, Solid.
He thinks we're saying the same thing. He thinks we're saying the same thing.
It is. I said public and private ownership, but you're not trying to listen. You're just
What's
trying
wrong
to,
with this guy?
to disprove everything. To have a philosophical conversation, I gotta listen to you. I gotta understand it, and then I gotta try to respond. Not just respond and try to be like, I gotta throw him under the bus. That's not how you conversate,
No,
brother.
you're just upset
You're an adult.
because I'm right.
You're an
And
adult.
It's not juvenile for me to call out the things that you're getting wrong. You're pretending
I didn't get
to
it
know
wrong.
what you're
I
talking
explained
about.
to you private
You're making
ownership.
it up as you go
Someone
along.
owning a
Stop
business.
talking while I talk.
I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. You
don't
don't know what I'm talking about.
Hey, Mar. Solid's already let you know if you crash out, you lose. Don't let him win. Holy shit, Mar, don't let him win. Go ahead, Solid.
Yeah, again, all of this lends to the point that you don't belong in this conversation. One of two things has happened. Either you actually have gone to school and they have grossly underserved you, or you haven't actually gone to school, you watched a bunch of YouTube videos and are now trying to compete in a conversation about economics while championing the very thing that led to you being undereducated in the first place.
I mean,
my friends are very good at discussing these topics. They're scholastic about it. But what's more important to me is that you understand that you have work to do.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We all have work to do because, I mean, right here, the definition of a mixed economy is an economic system that blends private enterprise and free markets with government control and public services, kind of what Mara was trying to explain before he was rudely interrupted.
The phrase is mixed market economy. No, there's nowhere.
That's the whole thing I was talking. You keep trying to say mixed market. This is a mixed economy definition.
What's wrong with this kid?
Oh,
this poor
my
kid.
God. Stop.
This poor kid, he's crashing out. The phrase is mixed market economy. Nowhere. First of all, Google AI overview
It says
unhinged.
mixed economy right here from Wikipedia. Brother, Investopedia.
From Wikipedia?
Investopedia. Have you guys ever used Investopedia? That's a good
Investopedia?
You've never yet.
Let's
you
try
don't do
again.
business then. You don't even think about business. I can tell. You don't even think about
again.
FYI. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, Solid. Hey, Mar, what are you a PhD candidate for?
Hopefully that's a red herring, and I'm not going to.
No. It's
opening
relevant.
myself up for these.
It's relevant. I
don't have one. Remember, I don't have one.
I'm not saying. I'm saying what are you actually a PhD candidate for? What
Again,
field?
that's a red herring, and you're only going to weaponize it, brother. I'm sorry.
Relevant.
If you want to stick to the topics,
Mar, it's relevant. It's relevant. Are you a PhD? Are you a PhD candidate for any form of business or economics?
brother. That's
Simple
irrelevant.
question.
If you're asking me, do I have
relevant.
education in that? I have education in that.
That's not the question, and you're running from the question for a specific reason.
Because I don't have to respond to you.
No,
That's
you're
why
running from it. You're running from it because. Okay, I'm just going to tell you why it's relevant. You're running from it because you know for a fact that you're speaking on a topic that you aren't educated in, and you are trying to speak as if you are educated. You're trying to speak as if you are educated. Now, not only is Solid like super educated, super solid educated, but I just so happen to have a BA in business and 2 MBAs in business. And I have not only an actual understanding of the mixed market economy, what Solid is talking about, but I also pulled up the information directly here, which I've been fact checking you this entire time. I'm telling you, you're speaking as an ultra crepidarian. Instead of actually just diving into thinking that you know what you're talking about, how about you engage in good faith? Stop pushing when you don't actually know what you're saying. And doing a quick Google search does not give you a full understanding of economics. Go ahead, Solid.
Nah, microeconomics and macroeconomics.
Go ahead, Solid.
I'm sorry. I won't be satisfied until he admits to himself that he shouldn't be in this conversation.
Because I have 2 degrees, I'm not allowed to talk. Is that what you're telling me?
2 degrees. What's your?
You're gonna ask them where they're from, aren't you?
What? No. What's your undergrad?
Yes, you was.
What is your undergrad?
My undergrad is business administration, BA, like you said.
Oh, okay. All right. Why didn't you know what undergrad was?
Why didn't I know what I do know what undergrad? What do you I do know what undergrad is.
So then why when I asked you what undergrad was, you had trouble answering?
What? I just respond, dude. What are you? I'm not tracking. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, you're not tracking. That's what I mean.
I just responded. You said, what was your undergrad? And I said, business administration. What are you talking about?
Okay. All right. It's a BA, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait. What do you mean
talk
BA?
to me
It's business administration, bachelor's of science. I took science class.
Which one of, okay, cool, man. Which BA
stands for Bachelor's of Arts. What the fuck? You have a BS.
Yep.
Bro, listen to what I said. I said I have a badge. Bro,
Solid said no.
BA stands for business administration.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You are crazy,
no, it doesn't.
Bro.
No, it doesn't. Because my undergrad is a BA, and
you didn't take science classes.
The specific degree was business administration with a concentration in marketing. That was my BA, my bachelor's of arts. It was not a bachelor of science. And Solid wanted to know, why didn't you know what a BA was?
You don't know what a BS is.
Because I don't have I have a bachelor's of science, bro. I'm not a liberal arts student like Santana.
Stop. When someone says, do you have a BA? They're not talking about a business administration degree, because a BA could be a multitude of things.
That's why
you're not tracking. And this goes back to the entire point that I highlighted and Solid's overarching point. I said that you're acting as an ultra crepidarian. Solid says that you don't belong here. And Ari's just been laughing at you this whole time.
You guys are lying what I said.
No, listen, I need y'all to listen. It's way worse than that.
Thinking
it's so
everything I say and lying about it, which is crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Shush.
That's crazy.
Shush. Here's the wild part. He said it's a BS because he took science classes. That's not how bachelor's of science.
It is, and you never went to school. You got to take math and science. I'm sorry, you never went to school. Clearly, that's literally how you get it.
That's not how a bachelor.
Hey, can you tell me what a prereq is? What's a prereq? Since you're so smart, what's a prereq? Hey, Ari.
Hey, Mar, you're crashing. Holy
You're so smart. What's a
Mar? Stop crashing. Ari?
I literally have a degree in biology. My undergrad is in fucking biology. And I have a BA, a bachelor's of arts in biology. So I had
because you're clearly not smart enough to get a science degree. Honestly,
Holy fuck!
Oh my
God! How it
God.
goes, kids.
Hey, Mar. You coming off mute and showing your entire ass does not make you right. You crashing out does not make you right. You coming off of mute while people are speaking does not make you right. Have some decorum. Have some self-control and cut that shit out. You are a PhD candidate, and I expect you to be better than this. Stop it. You are acting uncivilized. Ari, please finish.
What's also funny is when you look at and you actually know what the liberal arts entails, that it also includes the sciences. All of the sciences are within liberal arts.
For the galaxy.
That's fucking silly. So when people have degrees in biology, that's also a liberal art. Hello? Are you okay?
Someone that's studying biology that has a liberal arts degree is asking me if I'm okay.
Just to be clear, to highlight Ari's point, a BA is encompassing. A BS is specific in the sense that the actual like science and math and labs and all this other stuff is a part of BA. But when it comes to a BS, there are specific labs that you have to do in order to qualify for it, depending on the degree. So it's not 1 second.
He knows what a prereq is.
1 second. Hold on. You're not understanding. You're having a hard time comprehending. You're having a hard time comprehending. Just because you have a BA does not mean that you are absolved from taking any type of science or math. When you get a BS, it requires you to take more specific science and math. It is a more limited scope. You literally are having a hard time tracking.
I think what the hard time tracking is that, again, someone has a BA in biology, which is specifically science, and they chose to take less science courses, as you just admitted. And then they're going to wonder how they don't have a job.
It's not about, stop it. You're spamming shit that's not true.
I'm sorry. They're going to wonder why they don't have a job.
Mar, who doesn't have a job?
They're going to be like, bro.
Mar, who doesn't have a job?
The employer they're gonna
Mar, who doesn't have a job?
What's up? Technically you're unemployed. I'm sure bro's unemployed, and I'm sure she's
be very specific when you said you have a stop it and fucking listen. You said Mar, you said that with a BS, you have a biology degree with a BA, and you wonder why you don't have a job. Who are you talking about?
I will direct that towards Ari.
Okay. Ari, do you have a job?
Oh, yeah, I have a job. I'm a director.
Oh, what? You're a director? What do you do?
Yeah, I am a director of an apprenticeship program where I teach teachers not to be racist and creating career pipelines and equitable access to marginalized identities.
Ooh.
Is that a volunteer,
so I guess the person that has a BA, Mar, I guess the person that has a BA in biology does have a job. So it still lends credence to the fact that you're being an ultra crepidarian
within science.
And to what Solid is saying, you don't belong here. Holy fuck, guys.
Don't have a job in science.
You guys
she went to school for something she don't have no knowledge in. I mean,
I'll tell you what,
is she a scientist?
Let's just believe.
Is she a scientist or is she?
Let's just believe it's okay, but you're crashing out.
Literally crashing.
Bro, because y'all get on here and lie.
Mar, this is really bad for you, Mar. Mar, hold on. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing, Solid. 1 second. This is why I normally don't let people up on their burner accounts, because I promise you, if you were here on your main account, you wouldn't be crashing. Stop it. You wouldn't be crashing this hard. Stop it. I'm still speaking. Mar, stop cutting people off. That doesn't make you right. You don't win.
You've been doing that all day,
Mar, you don't fucking win by cutting people off. That doesn't make you right.
My balls hang, cuz.
Yeah, I know. Yes, no one cares about your tiny raisins. He is. He's fucking crashing.
He's running.
Go ahead. No, Solid, when you say he devolved, holy shit, he really devolved.
He devolved.
This is wild.
W-R-E.
Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Go ahead, Solid.
Respect me, IRL.
Respect these nuts in your mouth, you coward. Go ahead, Solid.
Now you want to fight.
Exactly.
No.
Go ahead, Solid.
So what
I just want to say, like, fighting with the mute button is embarrassing. It would be much easier if you let people speak and then we'll give you the floor. Like, fighting with the mute button is wild work.
Wait.
Leadership is communist.
Wait. Oh my
Turning to
God.
stop.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, Solid.
No, he lost already. You lose. I wanted to get back to the socialism capitalism debate, right? Because you're never going to accept that you don't belong in this conversation. But like you're like crashing out. Like you can't even have the conversation. We're good.
Okay.
Like
So hold on.
in the chat.
Wait. Let's check with Mark. Mark, are you capable of getting back to the actual socialism versus communism debate, or should we move off of it?
Yeah, bro, I'm good with that.
Okay, so you want to get back to the debate?
I'm tired of the red herrings.
Okay, now are you sure you're going to be able to stay on task?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. This is what we're going to do because I want you. Are you a man of your word, Mar?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to trust you. And when I say I'm going to trust you, I mean I'm going to trust you, but we're going to verify. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to let you go ahead and finish the debate. And I'm not going to mute you anymore. Just FYI, I'm not going to touch the mute button anymore. Whoever you're talking to, you talk to. You're not going to be muted anymore. The floor is going to be yours. You're going to be able to go like I would request that you have some decorum, but it's on you because now your faith is in your own hands. You officially have a bounty, right? And all you have to do is make sure that 1, you're not insufferable. 2, you don't antagonize the chat. And 3, you use factual information. Those are the only 3 things that you have to do. And with doing those 3 things, you get to stay as long as you want. No one's going to mute you. But if the chat is over what you're doing, they can pay to get you up out the paint. Chat, the bounty is officially open. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Sorry, guys. It has to go through the pay link. Sorry, YouTube. If you want them gone, then you have to go through the pay links. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Santana speaks for you. Mar, the floor is yours. Which point would you like to make, and who would you like to start with?
Dang, I mean, hey, man. I mean, like literally, like I was saying, typically, like they was using those means of communication.
Just to verify, who do you want to start with? Who are you speaking to directly?
Anybody that it got to be direct. 'Cause I'm gonna say anyone that.
Yeah, just pick one of us. Just pick one of us who you want to talk with. Okay.
Solid.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. See, all I was gonna say is that within those economies, whether it's socialism or not even I shouldn't say economy, like within those regions and stuff, when it's communism and socialism, it's typically ran by a dictator. I said typically, not always. It's typically ran by a dictator, and it typically has an authoritative. I can't really pronounce it, but it's like it's typically that. And again, it's typically for the means of some type of territory. So I brought up Stalin. He's like, we learned that in high school. That's why I keep stressing over him, because we learned about these type of things, that it's typically used by military force, right? Everyone's talking about the mean of communication. Well, typically people did that during war. That's how we got the computer. They did the same thing with the computer. Someone was in the military and was yes, that is true. You can look up Alan Turing. You Google Alan Turing, simple Google search. So, I mean, That's why I'm not really on that team, because again, it's like on some dictator stuff, pretty much.
Yeah, no. A chairman isn't a chairman. A chairman isn't a dictator. Grenada didn't have a dictator. Vietnam didn't have a dictator. So, like, can we move on and just talk about the function of capitalism?
All right. As far as what do you mean?
Everything that you think is bad about socialism is actually a problem with capitalism.
Oh, okay. How? Can you give me an example, I should say?
Yeah, lack of innovation. Innovation gets stifled under capitalism. Just real quick, can you tell me what Thomas Edison invented?
Film. That was one of his inventions. It was a stop motion film, or motion picture, I should say. That's a fact. That's a fact.
All right, we'll go with that. Can you tell me what Lewis Latimer invented?
Lewis Latimer. That sounds. I don't know. I'm not because I don't want to. I don't want to say no. I don't know.
Yikes. Okay.
I was gonna say the light bulb, but I didn't want to cap. So.
Yeah. Thomas Edison is credited with creating the light bulb, even though he stole the. He only patented the filament and design of Lewis Latimer. So like just that, like there's a water purifier that creates electricity. That one has been couched. So just there's that, right? Let's talk about free production. Oh, that's the thing I needed to check in with you about. When you say owning the means of production, what do you mean?
I'm sorry. You said when I'm talking about owning the means of production, what do I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That I mean within what does that mean? It's like for example, with capitalism, it's like you work for this company, the company generates all the revenue, and then you get paid. For socialism, it's kind of I would like to be informed on how that would work for all of us, because again, we have those practices where it's like, oh, we own the public, but then you'll go out in the public and you'll try to act like you own it, and it's like, nah, bro, we all own this. You know what I mean? Like we all can't own that thing. I'm under that. Nope. I'm under that impression, I should say.
No. So it's weird that you would disagree so vehemently but admit now that you need to be educated when it comes to owning the means of production, because that's the foundational basis of socialism. Socialism is a market system under which the workers own the means of production for the purpose of need, and they produce for the purpose of need. Capitalism is where there's private ownership over the means of production for the purpose of profit. Profit is inherently exploitative. Socialism protects the workers from being exploited. But you would never know that because of all this Red Scare propaganda that you've repeated here, right? Just real quick, why do we need CEOs? Why do we need billionaires?
Before you answer that question, I just want to be fair and give you an update and let you know where you are, just in case you're not paying attention to the rest of the chat. So guys, we do have a bounty on Mar. It is 150 that goes through the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. And we are at 73 of the 150. That means there's $77 left in the bounty. So if you guys want them up out of here, then you have to hit the pay links. Sorry, YouTube, but it has to go through the pay links. Mar, I will say that you're doing a better job than most people who get a bounty, especially from like the crash out earlier. So congratulations. They don't find you completely insufferable yet. You're still here. Anyway, I'll let you guys finish. I know. I thought it was interesting that he picked Solid too.
On the camera.
I know. I thought it was interesting he picked Solid too. So anyway, go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, we need CEOs and people of the ownership because it creates a clear fine line, right? So within this fine line, it would be futile for me to ask Brother Santana for a dime, even though I'm contributing to this bounty on my head, right? And I'm contributing to
not your brother.
This quote unquote. Hold on. Wait. This quote unquote production of entertainment. Although he is the ownership and all that, but again, within this type of ideology and inside of capitalism, I would be a fool to ask him that. But if we were like on this commie stuff, I'd be like, hey, bro, let me get $1. You know what I mean? I'm on your panel. I'm doing this. I'm crashing out.
Wait till you see the surprise twist when you finally, if you finally get your bounty closed out, because it's going to really hurt your feelings. Anyway, I apologize. Go ahead and finish.
I mean, like I said, again, I can't really fathom that socialistic and communistic stuff because we have certain of those practices, but within when we apply that, it doesn't necessarily work, right? Like I said, you guys believe in all this, but if I ask bro for $1, because I've been up on here, woo, it's like, bro, get out of here. This is my stuff. And it's like, you right. It is your stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you right.
That was incoherent.
Mm-hmm.
Incoherent. So all
right. How about this, Solid? Maybe it's just me and you. Ari, maybe you can interpret what he was saying. Would you like to respond to what he just said, Ari? Because maybe it's just Solid and I that's having an issue with tracking. Would you like to try to respond to that one?
Yeah. He said, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about capitalism, and I'm just talking about my ass, and I don't know how to compare it. And so I'm going to pretend to compare it to the bounty as if he actually knows what the exploitation of labor is, and he can't define exploitation.
Yeah, let's get into some labor theory here real quick.
Yeah, wait,
the problem is,
that's a good point. I like Ari. I like Ari for
that. So here's the deal. So you as a worker, you as a laborer, you said you have a 9-to-5, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get paid the full value of your labor. You put in work, but you don't get paid back what you generate. Correct?
I agree, yeah.
Okay, why is that okay?
All right, I want to ask you a question on this same topic. It's not necessarily okay, but profits have to be made.
Exactly. So we justify basically not giving people the full value of their work because we believe that billionaires deserve to be there or CEOs deserve to be CEOs, even though you're the one who did the work. So they tell you lies to make you okay with not receiving the full value of your work, right? That's not okay. Why do we have to do it that way? What makes that the right way to do it?
Well, the reason it would be the right way is because, again, like the example I provided, if we really believe that we all own the means of production, whether someone's volunteering this labor or even actually signs a waiver, you should be willing to give them the means of production. You should be willing to give them access to that.
That's what happens.
Santana, may I get $1? Exactly, and that's why
check with Ari and let Ari, and if Ari says so, then sure. That's
because she brought it up. She brought up the exploitation of labor.
No, I'm saying if Ari says that you can get $1, then yeah, sure.
So wait,
Ari,
so if he doesn't give you $1, is that capitalism or socialism?
Capitalism, and that was just a thought experiment to why I believe so much.
By your claim, you're up here doing a bunch of labor, you're generating value for Santana, but if he deems so because he's the owner of the platform, you don't get no money.
But that's first off, that's because I believe in capitalism. That's because I believe in capitalism. I'm just testing. I'm doing the knowledge. I can't pronounce. I'm just testing your guys' logic, basically, bro.
You just validated what I said, though.
Reiterate that. Hold on. I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, if you said it's capitalism that you don't get back what you generated.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I don't know. Santana,
just quick update.
I don't know, but.
Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you guys. We are $48 away from closing out the kick fund. If you want them up out the paint, then hit the pay links. We're going to continue that conversation. You two were finishing that out.
But Santana, ain't it funny when I provide the thought experiment and then you do the script right after, illustrating how that is capitalism?
No.
Sucks? Ain't it funny though? Ain't it funny?
No. I promise you again, like I said, if this kick fund gets closed out, you're gonna have some really hurt feelings at the end.
I already did my thought experiment. It was provoking. It was
and your thought experiment proved that capitalism is
that brother here is a capitalism. He's not a socialist at all.
He's a no. That's not. Nobody who lives in a capitalist society is free from capitalism. You literally have to do capitalism in order to survive capitalism. So that's a silly point. But
he's also wrong. So wrong as far as what he's saying. Solid chat. Can we close out the kick fund? That's actually a special request.
Give
from
this man his money.
Cash out, PayPal. Hold on. Stop. Cash out, PayPal, Venmo. $48 left in the kick fund. Let's close this out because I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
I was giving you free promo, bro.
I'm so excited.
Giving you free labor, bro.
I promise you, I'm so excited. Go ahead.
Real quick.
I got one more. I got one more.
Real quick, Solid. Real quick to the point. The answer is no, because actually you don't know shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you've been receiving free education. So you're just paying. You're just paying Santana for the free education he's been providing you. So you should say,
bro. Shout out to the FAFSA, bro. Like, bro, kids go to school, bro. I went to school dang near for free, man. I got my whole undergrad for free, man. They gave me grants. I had to do a little shuck and jive with their little agenda. But, man, I really got free and I'm getting free education from Brother Santana. This is what you can do. Anything is possible, man. Just go to school and you'll be up here
You took macro?
To debate. You'll be able to debate 4-5 people like it's one of them Jubilee videos, and you're going to be the next thing.
For sure.
You're going to be the next
I hear
thing.
you.
Listen to me,
I hear you. You're crashing out. You're crashing out. I hear you. You took macro?
I took macro and micro.
Okay. Which of the two systems between socialism and capitalism can operate at a point outside the production possibilities curve?
Wait, hold on. Solid. Wait. Yeah, that was a little unfair. Solid. Yeah, that was a little unfair. Solid. Repeat the question.
Yeah, between socialism and capitalism, which one can operate at a point outside the production possibilities curve?
Mar.
Between those, what can operate outside of the production?
Guess we'll never know. W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for the chat. Thank you so much for closing out that kick fund. Now, for the exciting part. We've been up here talking about how socialism is better than capitalism, and he thought that his thought experiment triggered an instance of capitalism. You be wrong. Hey, Ari, tell the people about book club.
Hi, guys. I run a book club. So 21 plus, no Nazis.
No Nazis.
No Nazis. Where we read books that unpack capitalism, white supremacy, racism, sexism, ableism, fatphobia, all the isms and phobias. We read books about it. Queer, homophobia, yeah. The Discourse 21 plus, because we're reading about white supremacy, and white supremacy is extremely violent. So we want to make sure everyone is able to fully ingest the information appropriately. Also, the book club is held in Discord because we want everyone to speak their truth. And then we do book club giveaways where we give away literature that we've read in the book club, and whatever means you need, whether that's a digital book, audio book, physical book, all that fun stuff. Yeah, we do book club giveaways. So if you would like to be participate in it, it is a pressure-free book club. So there is literally no obligation to read any of the books. The only person I hold to reading the books is me. And we discuss the books chapter by chapter when we meet once a month. And you can literally chime in, not having read any of the books, with the information you have, studies you've read that speak towards the topics, or just speaking your truth towards the topics to help your understanding, or just ask questions. We also recently just started watching documentaries together and also discussed the documentaries. The first documentary we watched together was Deconstructing Karen, and we talked about that as well. So if that's your cup of tea and you just want to learn, also all the sources I use, like Santana's lives, my lives, I also have them in my Discord. So if you guys like education, you want to learn more, you want to unpack more, check out my Discord.
Yep. Hey, Ari, I've been sharing my experience, like my reading journey that I've been going on. And I was talking earlier about, I'm almost done with How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, but I was telling them about the book. Where did I get this information from?
It's in my Discord. So all of Santana's books so far, and I owe him another book list. Sorry, I'll get to it. All of Santana's book list that you guys are been seeing, they're in my Discord because I made them for him. So if you want some of those books lists, it's in our suggestion list. We actually are voting some on the book. So one of the books Santana just previously read, we're actually reading this month in book club. We're going to unpack it next week. That is War Against All Puerto Ricans. And in the current book he's reading, we're actually going to put it in the book poll that I'm going to post today about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Yeah, that's going to be our next book poll. So be on the lookout for that. That we vote on the books we get to read together.
Hey, someone in the chat said, how much does it cost to join book club?
It is free. You just got to apply and like not be a Nazi, you know?
Yep.
Just not be a Nazi.
It is. And the one thing that I will call out is this reading list that Ari created for me that is in her Discord, and the book club has helped me like really round out a lot of the things that I know. It's really expanded my understanding, a deeper level of the things that I believe in. It's shifted a lot of my thoughts, and it's helped me become more of a well-rounded person, which I try to display when I engage in these debates. Now, one last thing, because you said a couple of different things. You said in order to join book club, you have to be 21. Tell me if I'm wrong with any of these things, Ari. 21 years of age or older.
Wrong button. Yep.
No Nazis.
Yep.
It's free.
Yep.
And you do a monthly book giveaway.
Yep.
Wait, so if it's free, but you do a monthly book giveaway, then how do you pay for the books?
I pay for them from some of the donations you guys give me from the live and out of my pocket.
So you come out of your pocket to enrich the lives of others, people that join the actual Discord with book club, and you give them resources, and one lucky person a month at least who doesn't have access gets said access. That's interesting. Hey, Ari, you remember I said that there was going to be something fun that happens at the end of this that disproves this whole capitalist premise?
Yeah.
Hey guys, that $150 donation that we got for the Kick Fund, that is going to Ari for the book club donation, so Ari can give away more books. I have taken so much from this education, like the reading material that I've been able and been afforded has been something that has absolutely benefited me, benefited our community, benefited the live. Like, you guys have been digging into all of the reading material, whether it's 1619 Project, whether it's the Rediscovery of America, whether it's War on All Puerto Ricans. You guys have taken to it like a fish in water. It's made me a better person. It's made our community a better person. Ari's Discord has exploded. Hell, even management is in Ari's Disc Club looking to join book club. And so this is us giving back to Discord, giving back to the book club. And this is why capitalism sucks, because this is not capitalism. Boom.
That is not. That's community. Thank you guys so much.
He had no fucking idea. I started to say it from the beginning, but I was like, nah, especially because he was like, the way that he was fucking, like being a misogynist piece of shit. Like the way that he let me and Solid speak and just like lost his shit whenever he heard your voice.
Well, also, I want to highlight, I like, regardless of me being having a BA or BS, like that doesn't really matter, because I'm one of few Black women with a STEM degree. There is not many Black women in the country that have a degree in STEM, and I'm very lucky to be one of few. And actually, I was discouraged from pursuing it. So I'm very lucky, and that is the thing I'm very proud to say, that I'm one of few Black women with a STEM degree. So, like, suck it. I don't know what to fucking tell you, but thank you guys so much.
I know that's right. Hey, Ari, before you go really quickly, Jay-Z once had like a great line while talking about himself and Beyonce. He said, "What's better than one billionaire?" Do you know what?
Zero.
No, in the contents of the song, Ari.
Ari, I was socialist. I don't know, actually.
You don't know? Solid, do you know the line?
Ooh, I'm gonna cheat. Chat. Two.
Yep. Two.
Baby.
Yep, that's it. It is baby. It's literally baby. With that being said, what's one better than 1 billionaire? 2. What's better than what's better than one $150 donation, Ari?
Ooh.
W's in the chat for J Hops, who sent another $150 and said, I knew where you were going to donate to help give away books. Double it. W's in the chat for J Hops. So no, we're not sending a $150 donation to help support book club. We're sending $300 to help support book club. Boom.
Thank you. We giving away books, y'all. We giving away books.
Fucking nerd. I'm such a fucking nerd.
Oh my God, I get so excited when people get to read and when people are excited about reading. Oh my gosh, I'm like, yay!
All of you guys are nerds. All right, we're going to get back to the debates. Ari, anything else for the people?
Baby.
That's not the fucking line, Solid.
That's all he knows. It's okay, Solid. Me too. No, thank you guys so much. Thank you, J Hops. Thank you, community. Thank you, Solid. Thank you guys for having me up. Or Santana, sorry, wrong ass. W Solid though, because Solid actually educated me on a lot of these things too. So
Solid is literally the OG. I quote Solid so many times a day, like all the time while I'm live. And then when I learn new stuff, I get so excited and text them about it.
I have to constantly quote Solid. I'm like making sure you show
all
Solid love because
time.
I would not be here without Solid. So thank y'all. Thank you, Solid. Thank you, Santana. Bye.
Yep, thank you. Hey, Solid. Like Ari has some cool shit with the book club, but you got some cool shit too.
I do. I am putting together. Ooh, Santana, guess what? With all the donations, right? We still got stuff. I'm putting a lot aside for travel and for like legal and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I was able to get a new camera. So in preparation for this mini documentary that I'm putting together, for those of you who don't know, I'm doing a mini doc about chicken. I'm centering the voices of Black soldiers from the 216th Infantry Battalion. I deployed in 2007 with the 216th Infantry Battalion to Southeast Baghdad, 10 miles south of Sadr City. It was grueling. It was rough. There was a lot of pew-pewing, a lot of kabooming. And as a Black soldier, I had to deal with racism a lot. The battalion is notorious, has a lot of accolade and a lot of media attention. It's literally the battalion that stormed Normandy, or one of the battalions that stormed Normandy. There's a book about our deployment called The Good Soldiers. There's a movie about one of the sergeants from our deployment called Thank You for Your Service, where the lead actor is Miles freaking Teller. I don't know if you've ever seen a Miles. I don't know if you've heard of a little movie called Whiplash. That guy, you know what I mean? So it's the battalion was kind of a big deal, but I experienced just so much racism. The battalion commander used to be Pat Tillman's XO. So there's like the battalion's rife with controversy. It's a like really interesting subject matter. But one thing I noticed is that the Black soldiers just haven't been able to get their voices heard. Right? There's just no attention paid to these people who are instrumental in the operation of operations. Sorry, who are instrumental in operations. And they've just been discarded, and a great deal of them have no outlets. They haven't been to the VA. Their VAs are difficult to access. They're living with PTSD and haven't had any help for that. And one of the special things about me being able to tell their stories is I'll be able to do it from an anti-imperialist lens. So instead of just creating a bunch of pro-American propaganda to shove down your throat and do the whole like,
America.
Freedom isn't free, yeah, and I'm proud to be an American.
America.
I'll be able to tell this. America. I'll be able to tell the story from a lens of like empathy, humanism. Of course, there's gonna be some socialism. Okay, a little bit of that socialism up in there. So if you want to support me, please support me. I love you. I appreciate you. Support me. Send some grandma candy. I mean,
stop saying that shit, Solid. Holy fuck.
Okay, all right.
Stop doing that.
Sorry. All right.
Do not send grandma candy.
All right, send money. I might use the money to get some grandma candy. I'm not gonna lie to you. Here's okay. All right, send some money to the GoFundMe. The link is in my bio. The link is in Ari's bio. The link is in Santana's bio and Petty's bio. It's in everybody's freaking bio, but you can go to my bio. And matter of fact, I'll hang around for about 10 seconds so you can do that to help support us. Y'all, we done made it to 18K. We're right around the corner. We're at, the goal is 25K. We're right around the corner. That's 7K all we need. And we're in there like swimwear. And I'll be like, listen, I'll be ready to start production. I'm doing pre-work. I got these interviews ready with some of these other soldiers. I was able to get a hold of a Black woman who is a therapist, and she will be able to sit down with them and kind of talk with them about what some of their trauma. It's going to be cathartic.
On camera?
I finally got a hold of.
Holy fuck!
So her name is Dr. Frances Adamako. She was my therapist at the VA. So I haven't talked much about this, but the VA has instituted a race-based trauma compensation, right? And this is largely in part because of Dr. Frances Adamako's race-based trauma sessions and groups at the DC VA, right? So I was part of the second iteration of this. So I'm what they call it? I'm on the frontier of this. I'm part of the test group that substantiated to the VA that they need to implement race-based trauma compensation in the first place. So she's a trailblazer. And most importantly, she's Black and she's a woman and she's amazing. Yep. So, yeah, y'all, please support the project.
Perfect. Solid. It looks like you already increased and you went up, I think about $200 just now. So.
AWA.
All right. Well, Solid, I appreciate you coming up.
Thanks for having me, brother.
Absolutely. W's in the chat for Solid. W's in the chat for Ari. We're going to get back to some debates. I promise you I'm going to read off the thank yous here in a moment, but let's see if we can get some debates going and then we'll get back to those thank yous. I'll try to read them off a couple at a time. That way we don't get bogged down, but keep double tapping. Let's get the likes up to 600,000 likes. Can we knock out the donuts, please? Please. Can we knock out the donuts? Last but not least, hit that follow button. We got 145 new followers on the stream. I would love to put up like the highest level of new follow. Okay, let me tell you something. So you guys know Bean, right? Chat. We all know Bean. We know Bean Withers, right? So I was listening to Bean the other day, and Bean on one of his stream added 11,000 new followers. I was like, holy fuck. And now, while I don't think we can get to 11,000 new followers on one stream, I think we could do like 400? I think we can do 400. So look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. Jamie, welcome back.
Hi, thanks. First off, W's to you and to Jay for what y'all did with the book donations. That was pretty cool. I don't consider myself a socialist, but I always think that education is key to functioning society, and that was really cool what y'all did. Also, I gotta ask a question. What is grandma candy?
It's a Black thing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was curious. But anyways, where would you like to pick up?
Yeah, can I thank just a couple of people really quickly? Just so I can. All right, I'm gonna thank the people that added to the Kick Fund. There's a few people who added with outside of the Kick Fund. And so I'm going to thank those after this. And for the people of the Kick Fund, just kind of speed run it. I'm just going to say thank you with your name and the total. I'm not going to be able to get to your message, but I do want to go ahead and knock a lot of these out. W's in chat for Tyler for the $10 for the Kick Fund. W's in chat for Lori for the $6.80 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Jasmine for the $5 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Michelle for the $25 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Quayla for the $15 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Tina for the $10 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Just Devin for the $2 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Jess for the $5 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Stacy for the $10 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Tina for the $48 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Jason for the $10 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Holly for the $10 for the Kick Fund. And I already said W's in the chat for Jay Hops for the $150. And I read off that message, but I want to say W's in chat for Jay Hops again. I'm going to read off the rest of them in just a few moments, but W's in chat for all the people that added to the Kick Fund. If you like to support the live, if you enjoy what we do here, please consider donating. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Jamie, I want to start off with why God is pro-incest.
So we were talking about that earlier. I think that we were talking about context too. So there's a couple ways I want to respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
So firstly, God does explicitly say incest is bad, but it does come after. It's not actually written into law until well after the two scenarios that we were talking about with Adam and Eve and Noah. Secondly, you've got to look at, and I know society doesn't dictate morals, whatnot, but you've also got to look at the context of the societal norms and what was permissible at that point. And one other thing I want to add into consideration with this is that at the time, obviously I think one reason we can both agree incest is wrong, aside from obviously incest is wrong, but what's the prescriptive reason that's wrong? And I think one reason a lot of people can point to is genetic mutilation, when you're actually having these relations with close family members, that leads to genetic issues down the line, which is overall bad for society, and that's why we don't morally prescribe to it. And another thing I would say in response to that is when you look at, especially with Adam and Eve, and even to a lesser degree, but still to the same degree, Noah down the line, the genetic line of these people that we're talking about is pure, and that wouldn't have been a consideration at that point.
Okay. You said a lot, but you didn't say that God doesn't fuck with incest.
Well, as I said at the beginning, he does talk about it in his law, but it's not actually written into law until well after the scenarios that we're talking about. That's my answer.
So you can see that God does fuck with incest.
I concede in the reasons that I explained. I'm not saying that I'm not saying
the reasons sounds like cope. I'm just trying to understand, do you deny or affirm that God fucks with incest?
God does not anymore.
No. I just need understanding.
Okay, but we're also,
it sounds like cope. Do you agree or deny?
I've answered your question, and we're talking about two very specific scenarios and two very specific people.
So you're saying God doesn't fuck with incest except when he really needed to fuck with incest?
Before it was written into law, yes.
Okay, that
does not go on to say that
we've already established that God is all knowing, all good, and all powerful, and faster than the fastest speeding locomotive, and can jump the tallest building and all the other shit, right?
Sure.
So if God knew that he wasn't going to fuck with something at one point, why wouldn't God just say, I'm not fucking with it from the beginning?
I mean, that's a good question. I would answer that in terms of.
Are you saying that God made a mistake and then he realized later that he made a mistake? So he, well,
when did I
if
say
you're
that?
not saying,
Well,
if you're not saying God, wait,
why
if you're
you've
not, hold on,
also-
if you're not saying that God, wait, if you're not saying that God made a mistake with incest, but then he came back and said, nah, no incest, even though he used to fuck with incest, because you said not anymore. It sounds like you made a mistake, because I know me, right? If I do something that I know I shouldn't be doing, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't gonna do that no more, I fucked up. Like, that's the only time to happen. But if I'm doing something that I fuck with, then I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna do it anymore because I fuck with it. So are you saying that God is saying, like,
that's also,
yeah, maybe we shouldn't do the incest, even though I used to fuck with it?
That's also why I brought up the other issues that aren't, that, you know, contextually with social norms and specifically with genetic.
Yeah, I mean, all the other cult that has nothing to do with the Bible. I don't care about the cult. We're talking about the Bible book. So again, help me understand. Did God admit that he was wrong?
Can I ask a question? Why are you insisting that the answer only be answered through the Bible when you personally don't prescribe to it? I mean, you can't look at this is something that I touched on earlier. You can't really make these hard and fast conclusions based solely on scripture. You've got to look at the contextualization.
No. I agree, but see, I'm logically consistent, right? So I don't think the Bible is real. So I don't think the Bible is real in all aspects as far as applying it. You think that the Bible is real, but you think the Bible is real as far as applying it in certain aspects. And then depending on the other aspects, you have to adjust it to fit the narrative. See, you're not being logically consistent. I am. And the reason why we're speaking on the Bible is because that's your religious text. So if you have a problem talking about your religious text, then that's a bigger problem to me than anything else. If you said that you're a Christian and you believe in God and you believe in the Bible, but yet you don't have the ability to defend the Bible and actually have the conversations about what you say you believe in, then that's a red flag.
No, because it goes back to what I said earlier about how you can't just take what's in the Bible. You've also got to look at what's contextually surrounding the social norms and just overall logic, because
but see, something that you said earlier, though, I said, do you believe the Bible is the word of God? You said yes. I said, do you believe God is all powerful, all knowing, blah, blah, blah. You said yes. I said, do you believe that the Bible is the complete word of God? You said yes, right? And so when you said yes to it being the complete word of the complete word of God, what you said you believe is true, right? Then you cannot actually condemn someone for analyzing what's in black and white in the Bible.
I'm not condemning you for analyzing based out of the Bible. What I'm saying is you can't reasonably, especially since you even acknowledged with this whole thing tying back to the topic of abortion, because you even acknowledged at the very beginning the Bible doesn't say abortion is wrong. And that's what led into this discussion of, hey, we've got to use these different context clues to really come to our own convictions on these things. And I'm not saying, yeah, it is. The Bible is the complete word of God, but that doesn't mean that God doesn't show himself and inspire himself in other facets outside of scripture.
Yeah, I just need to know, did God admit that he was wrong and he fucked up when he was okay? So
no.
Why would God fuck with incest in one sense and then not fuck with incest in another sense?
I honestly can't answer the question as to why behind it. I probably do a little bit more digging and tell you.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Saying that you expecting you to understand the why is vastly unfair. Can we at least agree that God has contradicted himself then? Because at one point he fucked with incest. Now he doesn't fuck with incest. One point he was like, yep, we do the incest. And another point he's like, nah, no more of the incest. So like those two things are diametrically opposed. Can we agree on that one?
I don't think it's contradictory for the reasons that I said before. Because
explain the reasons one more time, or explain the reasons one more time without the secular lens. I need to understand the reasons from a biblical lens, not secular.
The secular. I've already explained the biblical. I'm so sorry. The biblical lens. Give
it to me one more time. Why is it then incest was accepted in one sense and then it was not accepted in another sense from a biblical aspect? And don't say, well, because it wasn't written down at this time and then it was written down at this time. That's just explaining the change that occurred. I need to understand the why.
Again, that's what you even acknowledged was fair. Is I can't really give a good answer to the reason why, and that's why we've got to use the context.
So then that's why we shot to the fact that they are diametrically opposed. And you said you don't think they're diametrically opposed. Then okay, tell me in the biblical lens why they are not diametrically opposed. Not why God fucks with it, but why are they not diametrically opposed in the biblical sense? And it has to be something more than always written down.
I think I actually do have a way of answering this in a way that still stays true to my original point.
Let me do this really quickly because I want you to collect your thoughts. Let me thank a couple more people, and then you can get to it. These are still catching up from the kick funds. W's in the chat for Danella for the 2 for the kick. W's in the chat for Marlene for the 2 for the kick. W's in the chat for Taylor for the 10 for the kick. W's in the chat for Lee St. James for the 5 for the kick. W's in the chat for Adria for the 2 for the kick. W's in the chat for Dark for the 5 for the kick. W's in the chat for Heather for the 5 for the kick, and W's in the chat for Big Mo for the 3 for the kick. Also, this came in after the kick. Ron, W's in the chat for Spice King for the $5. We got those actual spice shakers before we left for our trip, and I cannot wait to use them when we get back. W's in the chat, thank you so much for the donations. Thank you also for the actual the holders. Over on YouTube, really quick, W's in the chat for Godzilla for the $20 super chat. To say, not only are subs not innovative, substitutions. Oh, this is earlier. They overinflate the same product over and over, but substitutes mainly exist because capitalism makes good overly expensive. The idea of substitution actually proves that the need is so. Holy shit! Not Godzilla cooking over on a fucking super chat. Proves the need for socialism. Embarrassing. That was in the chat for Bush Raider for the $5 Aussie to say Santana facts. Capitalism sucks. Solid argument as always. Ari, you go girl. Keep effing doing what you're doing. W's in the chat for Bush Raider. W's in the chat for Anolapi. I think that's how you say it. Anolapi, who sent $1.99 YouTube super chat to say, does she realize she worships ancient fan fiction? God damn, I ain't say that. But I don't think she does. W's in the chat as well for Sid. What up, Sid? For the $5 super chat to say, doesn't the Bible also say to not lean on your own understanding? Fucking literally it does. Holy shit. W's in the chat for Sid. W's in the chat for the Taffy Bot for the $10 super chat to say, good morning, community. When you eat your breakfast, please think of us. Yes. I just agree with you. W's in the chat for over on Twitch. One mighty pen for the one cheered bit. Yeah, no. We can like the Bible is such a contradiction. One mighty pen. W's in the chat for Brayley Rose, who subscribed with their Amazon Prime subscription over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Shorlong, who resubscribed over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Parkour's Language. Thank you so much for the shout out and sending the raid. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the one cheered bit. They're all donuts, Cool Cat. They're all donuts. They're all donuts. W's in the chat for all the donuts, guys. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, you were getting ready to give me that explanation about how God saying yes, incest, and then no incest are not contradictive in a biblical lens. And Joanna, I see you. I'm gonna get you up here soon. Hold tight, Joanna. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. So we were talking. So as you said, we were talking about doing it in a biblical lens, and I still think I can find a way. I have a way to tie it back to what I was saying before about genetic purities. So I think we can both agree that a large part of the reason that incest is prescriptively wrong, like this is what the hard and fast reason we can apply to it being wrong, other than saying it's weird. It's like, that's one of the main reasons we can apply to it is protecting the genetic line, not having deformities down the line. When you look at Adam and Eve,
this still seems like an actual secular perspective. And again, you're supposed to be talking from a biblical lens.
I'm tying it back to Adam and Eve, though. I'm tying it back to Adam and Eve.
You're still trying to tie the secular world to the biblical world.
The Bible doesn't say that we shouldn't be looking like the Bible. What I'm trying to get at is we're given logic, we're given common sense to work through these things. I'm not somebody who prescribes to the belief.
So are you saying that you're leaning on your own understanding?
I'm saying that the Bible, God gives us knowledge and logic to come to understandings for issues within society that are not necessarily laid out word for word in the Bible.
Oh, okay. Proverbs 3:5-6. What does that say?
1 second. Sorry, I was working on a craft project. I had to set it down. What was the verse?
Proverbs 3:5-6.
Sorry, my internet's also a little bit weird. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your understandings and ways. In all your ways submit to him and he will make your path straight. All right, let's look at the context of that, because I don't know if that's going to get you exactly where you think you are.
Starting at 1, my son, forget not my law, but let thine heart keep my commandments. For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to thee. Let not the mercy and truth forsake thee. Bind them about thy neck, write them upon thy table of thine heart. Thou shalt find favor and good understanding in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. Be not wise in thine own eyes. Fear the Lord and depart from evil. It shall be health to thy navel and marrow to thy bone. Honor thy Lord with substance and with first fruits of all thine increase. All right, it continues to go on from there. Hey, it sounds like it's just doubling down on what I pointed out.
Okay, well, with that passage, I can also name multiple others, like Isaiah 1:18, come let us reason together using rational dialogue to understand moral choices. You got Acts,
absolutely, to moral choices. Wait, hold on, don't run. Don't run. Sure. You gave me the verse. Moral choices. Are you saying that incest is a moral choice?
I'm not saying it's a moral choice.
Because God is clear about incest, right?
You're focusing too hard on semantics.
Is God clear about incest?
God is clear about incest, yes.
Okay, so is incest a moral choice, or is it something that God said, don't do that shit?
You're focusing too hard on the semantics.
Sure, but
I'm talking about reason in general, not like
did God say?
when I'm
did
saying
God
moral
say?
choice,
Sure,
I'm
I
not
hear you.
specifically
I hear you.
applying
But
that
did
to
God
incest.
say don't
Okay.
do that shit, or did God say make up your own mind?
He said don't do that shit.
Okay, so if he said don't do that shit, and he like literally talks about not leaning on thine own understanding, but hold to his commandments. If he's saying don't do that shit, that sounds like a direct order. Am I wrong?
I don't see how that addresses what I've been saying about how
I just need an answer. If God says, okay, cool.
But
if he says, hold on, hold on. So if he says, lean on, let me make sure I'm saying this right. Cause fucking Old Testament verbiage. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lean not onto thine own understanding. When talking about keeping his commandment and him commanding that you don't do that shit, sounds like he's saying, like, if I command you, don't do that shit, listen to me and don't try to figure it out yourself. So when you talk about like reasoning, should you apply reasoning to a command of God?
No.
Okay, perfect. So if you should not apply reasoning, if you just said it, you said no.
Because we've already acknowledged that we're talking about something that came before God commanded it. We've already acknowledged that, right?
Please remember what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get to why, from a biblical lens, did God fuck with it at one point and then not fuck with it from another point? Because you said they're not diametrically opposed. I said they are diametrically opposed. You said they're not, right? And so
sure.
The point that I'm trying to drill down, right, is God establishing acceptance in one sense and then directly saying don't do that in another sense, makes those two opposed. You're supposed to be telling me how, through a biblical lens, not a secular, but a biblical lens, that God doing it and then God saying don't do it, from a biblical lens, how are they cohesive?
You don't want me to answer this from a secular lens because of what the reference passage in Proverbs that you referenced that talks about leaning not on your understanding, but you still haven't responded to what I said about how there are plenty of other examples in the Bible that talk about how we should use logic and reasoning to come to.
I'm not disagreeing with no. See, the reason why I'm not responding to that, because wait, one second. I'm not disagreeing that the Bible doesn't say that you're supposed to use reasoning and blah, 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 and all this other stuff. But what I am saying is if you were accepting that you have to use reason, then you're also accepting that God's commandments are not final and you can use reason and logic even in the face of his commandments. And so is that what you're saying? Because I'm willing to accept it, but you have to make sure that that's what you're saying. And you're willing to say that even in the face of God saying, don't do that shit, that you still have to use reason, whether or not you do that shit.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat back what you said before that?
Mm-hmm. I'm willing to agree with you to say that the Bible speaks on reasoning. And I'm also even willing to say that I would agree with you in this situation, but then you would have to accept that reasoning applies to God's commandments. So even if God gives you a direct commandment, it's still up to you to reason whether or not to follow the commandment.
Okay, I think I got you. We're still looking, it still goes back to what I've been saying about how this commandment wasn't in place. And I do get what you're saying in terms of when God gives a commandment, it's good for all people. It's good for all time.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you get to make a decision whether or not his commandment is something that you should follow? That it's just that simple. Yes or no?
We don't.
Okay. So then if that's the case, wait, if that's the case, then you can't make an actual secular judgment on the topic of incest, right? Because you're trying to apply.
We can.
No, because if I'm telling you, if you grant this to me, then you have to grant that to me in the rest of this debate. I'm trying to be very clear on this. If you grant this, if we agree and we grant this, then you also have to agree and grant that in every other aspect. And I'm going to go right directly and start calling out all the other shit that's commandments of God that we should use today's secular modern rationality to say we don't have to listen to that. I'm trying to let you know. I was just setting you up, but now I'm just going to be honest and tell you what I'm doing. This is your call. So I'm willing to say, yep, I accept this secular understanding, but I'm telling you, we're then going to go start talking about all the other fucking commandments that should be superseded by today's secular standard.
No, because that goes back to what we were talking about before about not denying God's. You've got to look at it in two different lights. That's what I'm trying to get out. You've got to look at it in two different lights. You've got
so what you're saying that I have to be a hypocrite.
Social moral issue.
What you're telling me is that I have to be a hypocrite in order to understand you.
No, I don't
looking at it in two different lights.
But no, in two different, because it's when I say in two different lights, I'm talking about the contextualization behind it. Like you can't just ignore the context behind it. And I feel like that's what you're doing.
Oh, I'm not ignoring context. I'm saying that God gave a specific commandment and God said that you should follow his commandment and not lean on your own understanding, but follow his word. And if you're saying that, yes, it does say that, but also the Bible says that you should use your own rationale and reasoning. And the rationale and reasoning that you're using is the secular lens that we live through and understand today for incest and why it should not be done. And that's the reason. Then I'm willing to say, okay, cool. Hold on. Hold on.
We're not talking about today.
Yeah, you are.
No, we're not. We're talking about two very specific instances that you brought up in the Bible. Adam and Eve and Noah. We're not talking about no. We're not talking about the actual incidents when we're looking through a secular lens. Again, remember, your point was the thing you were supposed to be trying to address is why God is not contradicting himself when he said yes, incest at one point, and now he's saying no incest at another point. And you're taking a secular stance talking about genetic deformities and things along those lines. So again, because he didn't, when he wrote into law, this is bad, there was never any affirmative or I'm trying to think of the words to use here. You're trying to
get you to be consistent.
No.
Yes, I am.
I mean,
I'm literally just trying to get you to be consistent.
I don't understand how I can better explain this.
How about trying to actually, you know what would make it really easy? You know what would make it really easy to actually understand is if you didn't contradict yourself, right? Again, the reason why I'm not having a problem and I'm even willing to concede on the point that you want is because I'm logically consistent. And I'm telling you that if I concede to the point that you want, which I'm willing to, I'm just going to tell you that that has to apply to everything else. So we can't go to another point that I'm going to bring up. And then you say, well, the Bible says this and you have to stick to what the Bible says because you've already shot down that entire point.
We're not going to see eye to eye on this.
It's not about seeing eye to eye. It's about having a cohesive and consistent conversation.
You're saying on your hand, you're saying I'm not remaining consistent and from my perspective, you're sitting here ignoring, it's like you're pushing this question of, because you cannot deny that this entire question boils down to whether or not Adam and Eve were justified in procreating.
Oh, I don't think any of this shit is real. I don't think any of this shit is real. But you know what
my point of view though.
Right, but you also know like the reason why like I love Marvel. I enjoy watching Marvel, but the issues that I have is when me knowing like Marvel comics and Marvel cartoons and then seeing like Marvel in the theaters and they're not consistent. And I call out those logical inconsistencies. Like that's what we're talking about. Like we're talking about inconsistencies and you're being inconsistent. And so if this is what you believe, right? If this is your faith, see, the thing about me is I believe in people. I believe in community. I believe in what we do all the time. So when you saw me like give away the kick fund to Ari for a book club, that's not because it was Ari. It's not because it was Ari. It's not because it was like just some random thing to do at one time because of the guests. It's logically consistent with what we do here in our community. We put mutual aid and community at the heart of what we do. We do so many different mutual aids. We do so many different initiatives and we take care of each other so many times. That's logically consistent. And so the things that I say, even the things that I say that hurt people's feelings, it's not about hurting their feelings. Telling white people that watch me that they embrace white supremacy is not to say I hate white people. It's literally because it's about making a stronger community. Because if we have people, white people that want to be in community with us, understanding the harms of whiteness, deconstructing, and then working to be an accomplice, then that's what's best for community. I am literally consistent in everything that I do and say. So if you actually believe in the Bible and you believe in the word of God and the text that's in the book, then you cannot apply it to one situation and not apply it to another situation. You have to consistently apply it across the board.
So this is what I'm going to do because I feel like we're at an impasse and I want to move this conversation forward.
Well, yeah, so, how about this? How about a tiebreaker? I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people. And then we have Joanna here, who is one of my super mods. What up, Joanna? But Joanna is also using her tag me. And what that means is Joanna gets 5 minutes uninterrupted with you to actually debate on my part. So you're going to pick up in just a moment with Joanna and debate her. So you can...
Before we get into that, if you'd rather be talked to her first, I completely understand, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding your position clearly. I've actually just brought up a word pad on my computer because I want to make sure I'm tracking your claim and me being logically inconsistent properly so I can properly respond when the time comes. If you want to wait till after Joanna talks, I'm perfectly fine with that. Or whatever. What
question do you have about my point?
Well, it's not that I have a question. I was just hoping you could lay it out, and I'm gonna write it all down and make sure I'm tracking.
Super simple. Consistency is key. If you accept concessions to one part of the Bible, then you have to be willing to accept concessions to all parts of the Bible. Super simple.
Okay, that's not really explaining how I'm being logically inconsistent, though.
Yes. In one aspect, you're saying that we have to stick to the strict word of God. And then in other aspects, you're saying that we get to interpret the word of God, specifically commandments.
So, okay, you go ahead and thank people, and then I'll respond after.
Let me catch up on these thank yous. These came in before the actual kick fund. That was in the chat for Morgan for the 3. Vintage Fizzle, what up? Oh yeah, I heard someone told me that. That was in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation. You know what? I was literally thinking that, Jared. I was literally thinking about Amazon. That was in the chat for Jocelyn for the 1. Like they always think that just because you participate in capitalism, like you can't like condemn and hate capitalism. We live in a capitalistic society. Like you have to participate in the shit. That was in the chat for Jay Hops for the 5. Jay Hops, you know he ain't no goddamn PhD candidate. We knew that. That was in the chat for Emily for the $5 donation. Oh, Jamie, thank you so much for the 5. No, I didn't know anything about the ICE detention center in Hartford, North Carolina. I'm gonna have to look that up. I don't know what I was missing. I'm gonna have to look that up. W's in the chat for Jay. What up, Jay, for the $10? You biggest op. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 10. W's in the chat for just Devin for the $2 super chat. Ooh, that's a good point. Actually, I think I'm gonna just throw this one out here really quick. Hey, Jamie, we believe in the Bible, right?
Yes.
Hey, the Bible also says women shouldn't be teaching men, right?
Oh, we can get into an entirely different.
We'll hold it. I'm just saying, if you're gonna believe in the Bible, then the Bible book kind of says that you shouldn't be teaching me shit, in which, I mean, I'm not saying that you have, but I'm just saying,
I am happy to talk about this. Do you want to pivot to that?
No, because you're gonna talk, Joanna. I was just reading off thank yous, and I also believe in Joe Hendry.
If you want to,
Deb's in the chat for Aaron. Thank you so much for the $1 donation. Aaron wants you to read 1 Peter 3:15, but I want to make sure you have that in your back pocket. You should definitely read Peter 3:15. Yep, absolutely. W's in the chat for Aaron. W's in the chat for Dragon Lover for the $10 donation. Say W consistency, W community. I know that's fucking right. W's in the chat for Sid for the $5 super chat to say also incest is wrong because there's no consent present. Secondary are the birth issues. Facts. And that's it. We're all caught up. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. W's in the chat for all of you. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, get the likes up. We're trying to pull off 1 million likes today. We're over halfway there. Let's go ahead and tap the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 700,000 likes. Make sure you hit that follow button. We're up to 170 new followers. I would love to get to at least 200 new followers on the stream. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. And can we knock out the gift goal? With that being said, Joanna, floor is yours. You have the 5 minutes. Tag me in. Exile.
Hi, Joanna. Nice to meet you.
Hey, how are you? So you before I get into that, I don't want to pull an Edith in here, but I'm going to. Shout out to Edith. Y'all like commenting, and the comments have been flying. Y'all are hilarious. Most of y'all are hilarious. Some of y'all are irritating. However, these hearts aren't flying fast enough. I need us to get to 700,000 likes super duper fast. If y'all like to keep commenting, it's not a threat, but get it together. So,
it's a promise.
You have been saying that God made a law saying that incest was wrong and not to do it and that it was bad. What law is that?
Let me find the specific reference for you. One moment.
Because I think I know which one you're talking about, but I don't want to presume. So go ahead.
That comes in Leviticus 18 and Leviticus 20. It was around 1400 to 1500 BCE.
And what does it say?
Let me read it. And
is that
just
the one about
disclosure.
Don't lie with your father's wife and your sister's husband and all that, or is that not that?
So chapter 18, and this is just an AI overview, full disclosure. I can read the full reference, but this is just an AI summary of it. God gives detailed rules forbidding sexual relations between close family members, including parents, siblings, half siblings, aunts, and uncles. In Leviticus 18, 6 through 18, and then Leviticus chapter 20 outlines specific legal punishments for those.
I mean, yeah, which is my point, because that's not what it actually says. It tells sons not to sleep with their father's wives, which would be not their mom. It says don't sleep with your sister's husbands and things of that nature. Everything that it speaks to in that are in-laws and step-people, which is not actually incest.
All right, let me read the full passage. Give me just a moment. You're not to uncover the nakedness of your father. It literally says you're not to uncover the nakedness of your father or your mother. You shall not uncover nakedness. So yeah, it does, but it does specifically say father or mother as well.
Right. It says your father's nakedness, which would mean your father's wife, which would be
And then it
not
says
your mother.
Yeah, and then it goes down to you're not to uncover the nakedness of your sister. So it does specify sister as well. You're not to uncover
And the
like it
nakedness-
does. Yeah, it does encompass in-laws as well as close family relations. So I don't understand what you're saying.
It's specifically talking about in-laws. Like you're not a Bible scholar, you haven't super researched into this. That's exactly what they're talking about. When it says your father's nakedness, it means your father's wife. It doesn't say your mother.
I can pull up a biblical
and your
commentary on
sister's
it.
nakedness. Okay, girl, go ahead, have fun with that. But that's kind of aside the point. You said that there was a punishment for this law as well. What punishment was given to Lot after he had sex with his daughters?
One moment. Sorry, I have trouble multitasking. I need to focus on one point at a time.
I would lock in if I were you. Chat, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart meme. Let's get the likes up. Also, hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. 40, 45, 47. Do 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 do. 45, 47.
45, 47.
Do 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 do. Hey Jamie, next time,
yes,
I'm gonna just go to Dwight.
Go to what?
Next time I'm gonna just go to Dwight.
I don't understand that reference.
Dwight.
No, you know she wasn't gonna understand.
I'm gonna go to Dwight.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
Instead of coming to you, I'm gonna go to Dwight.
Are you gonna explain what you mean, or just keep repeating it?
I'm telling
sorry,
you,
I'm like
the next time,
culturally naive sometimes.
The next time, instead of coming to you, I'm gonna just go to Dwight.
Is this a race reference or is it an office reference?
Holy fuck. You know, most times when people don't know who, a person is, you say, like, hey, Jamie who? Never mind. You killed the whole vibe. Go ahead and finish up what you got to do. Don't worry about it.
I told you I'm really bad at multitasking. I'm sorry. I'm really, really bad at multitasking. Okay. I think I found what I'm looking for. This chapter stands in the midst of commands that are uniquely directed to Israel. Affirms the goodness of these commands.
I mean, Jamie, I already told you what it was referencing. You looking at like scriptural commentary created by other people is also another example of you not actually following what the word says and leaning onto somebody else's understanding at this point.
Respectfully, I think that's a bit dishonest because you did say, you did say that it does reference in-laws, which I acknowledge, but it literally says in several of these verses it's referencing direct family members, not just in-laws. So I don't really understand the point of what you're trying to get at, if that makes sense.
I mean, that's why I said the commentary was really unnecessary, because you also said that he gave punishment for breaking that law that you said that he made. So which is why I asked you, what punishment did he give to Lot and his daughters when they had sex?
Okay, sorry. I thought we were still talking about I thought there was something, maybe I misheard what you said before. Let me pull up that Bible verse, punishments, Leviticus 20:11 through 17.
I mean, I don't need to know what the punishments for incest are. I need to know what punishments for incest did he give to Lot and his daughters when they slept together.
Oh, off the top of my head. Wait 1 second. When Lot slept with who?
His daughters.
Theotis. Tabaloeth, I think was the daughter name.
Okay,
Or
yeah, that was in
it
Genesis
may have been
19.
Bathsheba. It was probably Bathsheba.
That was in Genesis 19, so that comes before this was written into law.
Well, what are the wages of sin?
Death.
Right. Speaking of which, since you want to stick with the punishments and the laws part, what punishment did he give for adultery?
A bunch of cool points. A shit ton of cool points.
Well, I'm just. Wait, are you referencing a specific, like, just so I'm making sure I'm understanding you, or I'm answering you properly? Do you have a specific reference in mind? Are you thinking of a specific story, or are you just overarching?
I mean, there are plenty, but what punishment did he give specifically for adultery?
Well, that's a very, very broad question. You can talk.
It's not.
Sure. Okay. Well, we can look at a couple of different examples. Or actually, I'll boil it down to two things. It's actually something Santana and I talked about earlier today. Was the Numbers 5 passage where it talks about when a husband suspects adultery, he brings his wife to a priest who performs a ritual to determine God's judgment on if that person has committed adultery or not.
That's just specifically for when a husband is jealous when his wife gets pregnant and he thinks that she cheated. I'm talking about for everybody.
Exactly what adultery is. That's what adultery
is. He
gave
one overarching punishment for everyone. That just applies to women. I'm talking about the punishment that he gave for adultery for everyone across the board.
There's also, I don't, let me, 1 second. I want to make sure I'm correct before I say what I'm getting ready to say. Give me just a moment. Sure, I'm being factual in what I say. I'm sorry. I told you I struggle. It's a lot we're talking about, and I want to.
Isn't the show religion though?
Factual.
Like, don't you believe in God?
I'm not gonna sit here and act like I'm a biblical scholar. I'm not gonna act like I'm a biblical scholar because I'm not.
But doesn't the Bible tell you to study to show thyself approved, workman need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth?
Am I not talking about the Bible?
You're clearly haven't studied to show yourself approved, so
you're also asking, like I said, about very overarching questions. Where
it's
the Bible,
specific.
If you want to talk about punishments for men, the Bible does specifically talk about how.
I didn't say for men. I said punishment for adultery, period. I said the punishment for adultery, period, is what I said. I didn't say for men. When you brought up the instance of the abortion recipe, I said that was specifically for women. And I was asking about the punishment for adultery for everyone, period, is what I said.
Yeah. Hey, Joanna, just to be fair, your tag me in is up. And you let her kind of
got you
study the whole time.
She ate it up. But I know.
Would you like to get a closing word on that and then ride with me on something that I got a question on?
Absolutely. So Jamie, the point was, at the end of the day, you saying that God prescribes punishment for certain things while saying that everything is consistent is inaccurate, because with David, he had clearly laid out the punishment for everyone who commits adultery, that you need to die. He also said that about people who murder people. And that's not what happened with David. With David, after he committed adultery and had someone murdered, his wives were raped and his son was made sick and then killed. So the consistency point that you want to prove is incorrect with your logic and with that situation in particular.
Right. I guess it's just not seeing how this is factoring into the overarching conversation that we've been having.
Of the logical inconsistencies that you've engaged in. Are you
Santana, what were you gonna say?
No, I was. Go ahead, Joanna.
It factors in because the point that Santana made that you apparently could not track was that you need to be logically consistent in this conversation, and you haven't been.
Yep.
The reason that I could not track it is because he still hasn't responded to that. Like this is the frustrating thing about this conversation. About how this whole conversation has gone, is he's applying logical inconsistency to me when I feel like I've clearly explained why it's not logically inconsistent. I haven't actually gotten responses to right, but you haven't gotten response.
I told you I'm willing to accept it. I've told you I'm willing to accept it, but you have to accept it as well. That's what I'm saying.
As long as we're accepting it under the understanding that we're looking at this, like you've got to look at it from two different.
I'm willing to accept it, but I'm saying you have to be willing to accept it as well. If this is the premise that you're going to apply to this actual context, into this actual situation, then you have to be willing to apply that same thing to all situations that we talk about with the Bible.
I just want to make sure we're establishing those lines clear, so there's no misunderstanding.
I'm good. Right, I have no problem as far as holding logical consistency.
Then you shouldn't have any issue agreeing or disagreeing to what I'm about to say. What I'm about to say is the logic. We have to separate it into two different buckets. One is, does God command? Is there a commandment from God that tells us how where we need to go with our thought processes on these, or are we supposed to be using context clues based on the context of the time that we're speaking of? If, like, for example, abortion.
Are you saying those two things are separate?
What's separate is what we both acknowledge that.
No. I just need you to answer the question directly. Are you saying that the two things are separate, looking at it from the sense of, did God command this, or are we using context clues to figure it out? Are you saying those two things are separate?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. You do understand that talking about incest, that's a commandment in the sense of God actually saying that there was no context clues as far as him not saying it.
Specific conversation that we were talking about. That's fine.
I don't care. Listen, I don't care. Hey,
you say you're willing to
Jamie,
accept it, but every time I bring it up, you say no.
I keep telling you, I've never said no. You're the one that's saying no. You're the one. I've literally said over and over and over, I'm willing to accept it, but I need you to be logically consistent. You are the one that's afraid of what's going to come after I say yes. You're literally the one, because I'm telling you, as soon as you say yes, I'm going to start pulling up other shit from the Bible, and you will have to accept my secular view, specifically abortion. You're gonna have to accept myself. You're gonna have to accept that with abortion. You're gonna have to accept that with murder. You're gonna have to accept that with adultery. You're gonna have to accept that with everything.
Let's talk about abortion.
Nope, that's not what I want to talk about. I'm just saying, I gave you the actual. I'm just like you. I hope you don't think that I was gonna give away the farm. I'm not going to be talking about any of those things that I just said.
You're going to go with this.
Okay, so you accept that. So you accept that. So you accept it?
As long as we're,
so you accept it?
Are you going to let me finish?
I just need a yes or no. I don't need you to pontificate. Yes or no. Do we have a deal?
According to the boundaries that we established.
Yes or no. So you keep trying to fucking add caveats. I need you to yes or no.
There's a caveat to this.
No, there's not. There's not. There's literally no caveats. The actual deal is if I accept your secular lens, stop.
Then you're gonna,
Jamie,
then it's gonna be
if I accept your secular lens in this conversation around incest, then you have to accept my secular lens around any other biblical arguments that we have, as long as it's rooted within the Bible. It can't just be shit that's made up, right? As long as it's rooted within the Bible.
With it, yes.
Okay, perfect. You said yes. You already said yes. Nope. Fuck, nope. Jamie, you already said yes. Guys,
if you start
really quickly, stop for a second. Stop for a second. I'm talking to my chat now. Hey, chat. How about a Christian crash out fund? Do you guys want to do a Christian crash out fund? Do you guys want to do a Christian crash out fund?
I feel special.
All right, perfect. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a Christian crash out fund, right? So this is how it works. The only thing that you have to do is not crash out, and the chat will not pay to kick you, right? That's all you got to do. No crash out, and the chat will not pay to kick you. Guys, you know how it goes. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Christian Crash Out Fund 150. Pay links and link tree in the bio. You ready? You ready, Jamie?
Sure.
Hey, why does Jesus engage in gay sex and the church condemns it?
Where does Jesus? What?
Okay, let me actually clarify my question. Why was Jesus a freak, Bob?
This is what I meant by bad faith arguing.
Oh, no, I'm not bad faith. I mean, just because I'm speaking in a way you might not understand it, I am not being bad faith. Jesus was a freak, Bob. Why was Jesus a freak, Bob?
Absolutely being bad faith.
Again, why? Can you answer the question directly? Why was
Jesus was a virgin, dude?
Jesus had gay sex? Jesus had gay sex. It's in the Bible, and Jesus built the church on land where they went for orgies. Like he literally built the church where they had a bunch of orgies.
Dude, okay. This is exactly what I meant by bad faith argument.
I'm not bad faith. I can give you the. I can literally give you the biblical scriptures that prove what I'm saying.
Do it.
Okay. Which one first? Do you want to talk about Jesus having butt sex, or do you want to talk about the orgy church?
Whatever you want to do first.
Okay, let's talk about Jesus and gay sex. All right, perfect. From the biblical context of washing someone's feet, what does that mean?
That particular.
You're jumping ahead. I just need to understand what that means. You're jumping ahead.
From the biblical context,
what does it mean?
Of washing somebody's feet is an act of servitude.
So, in the Old Testament, when they tell people to go and wash your feet, what are they talking about?
Servitude.
Nope.
Wait, you said in the Old Testament?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Washing feet was a practical custom of hospitality and a strict ritual requirement for priests welcoming guests. For example, Abraham washed the feet of visiting travelers. Tabernacle service. It's ultimately what I said. It's an act of servitude and honestly a way of worshiping. Okay. Don't worry. I got you. In 2 Samuel 11, right? When David tells Uriah to go home and wash her feet, what was he talking about? Let me pull up the passage. Are you getting ready to say because David told Uriah
don't jump ahead. What did David mean in 2 Samuel 11 when he told Uriah to go home and wash her feet?
Oh my gosh. Okay. It was a secret plan to cover up his sin with Bathsheba. David hopes Uriah will sleep with his wife so any child born will look like Uriah.
They were talking about sex, right? They were talking about sex, right?
Context, dude.
Were they talking about sex or not? Were they talking about? Dude. Were they not? Were they talking? Were they talking about sex or not?
Do you think because somebody said because there's this one particular passage in the Old Testament?
I just need to know. I just need to know if they were talking about sex.
Let me finish my point. Yes, but let me finish my point.
Okay, and just FYI, you're at 25 of the 150 Christian Crash Out Fund. So just FYI, if the chat gets you up out of here because you're crashing out, then you're done. So guys, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Sorry, YouTube. The Christian Crash Out Fund has to go through the pay links if you want to get her up out the paint. Anyway, you were telling me about how washing your feet stands for having sex.
Yes, that specific passage, but you can't apply one specific passage in 2 Samuel to the rest of the Bible, including the New Testament, and Jesus washing people's feet to say that he participated in gay sex.
Oh, I'm not just talking about
That's junk.
No. You haven't even heard my argument. You're not letting me finish because you immediately had an amygdala response.
Continue.
You immediately had an amygdala response. Now, when we've already established that washing your feet was a euphemism for sex, right? John 13. When Jesus was getting ready to go and wash some feet, right? Starting in 4. Jesus disrobed himself, right? And then washed the feet of his disciples, Peter specifically. Hey, why did Jesus disrobe in order to wash Peter's feet?
Let me pull up the passage. John, you said it was John 13. What?
John 13. You can look at the whole thing, but specifically 4 talks about him disrobing.
Okay, I do want to pull up the passage to make sure because context is important. But
the context of Jesus having gay sex is very important,
brother.
Once you get that pulled up, shout out to 700K in the chat. Now we can get to 800. Y'all doing y'all big one. We on our way to 1 million. We appreciate the taps. Also, I've been periodically posting the pay links in the chat as well. So hit them up if y'all are excited for a Christian crash out. Much appreciated.
Also, we are in the midst of a Christian crash out.
If you haven't followed Santana and you're here, I don't know what you're doing with your life, but you need to get on that because we need more followers. We're on the road to 150K and then to 200K. Turn up with us. You know you like the education and entertainment. I do. And if you didn't like it, you wouldn't be here every day. And a lot of y'all are in here absolutely every day. So make sure that you're following all of the profiles. You see this one at the bottom under Jamie? Follow that one as well. If you're not on YouTube and all the other platforms, we're everywhere. So you can also absolutely watch the replays if you missed something, or if you enjoy the crash outs, like I know a lot of us do, you can go back and watch it on YouTube. Follow everywhere and keep the tapping up.
Also, just an FYI, we are now officially 80 of 150 for the Christian Crash Out Fund. And once we get to 150, Jamie, you lose. But just FYI, all you got to do is lock in. Jamie, I want to make sure that I'm being honest and I keep you up to date. If you get to 150, then, the chat's done with you. I'm hoping that you read quickly because I really want to talk about Jesus and his orgy church. But go ahead and did you get a chat? Jesus was a freak, Bob, and I'm just trying to make sure you know that. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, before that, can I ask a quick question?
Sure. I mean, I'm not putting a time limit on you. I'm just telling you the chat is putting a time limit on you, and you're now at 105 of 150.
No, I gotcha. There was another thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about before we ended this conversation. So if we do get to that close, I will donate the last $5 to the kick out myself. If I could just touch on one thing before we leave, because I actually am a big fan of yours and everyone else. Like, I know you're friends with Parker and Dean. I appreciate everything that y'all do. But in response to what you were talking about, Jesus
being a freak,
taking his robe off, right? But Jesus taking his robe off, indicating that as like, hey, that's, I guess, equating that to getting ready to have sex.
one thing about taking, again, contextually in terms of the rest of scripture, one thing that's a big symbolism in terms of cleansing is removing your clothing. And he didn't entirely remove his clothing and just wash their feet naked. He did tie a rope around himself in that.
No, he didn't tie a rope around. He put a towel on.
A towel. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
he used a towel. So he was naked. He was naked, washing someone's feet with a towel. After
that goes back to what I said about the symbolism.
After we actually have already verified that when you actually wash someone's feet, i.e. David and Uriah, that means go have sex.
And one example.
So
Dude,
God, so Jesus,
example,
wait. So Jesus got naked and washed Peter's feet. Hey, quick question. Who commissioned the writing of the Bible?
What are you talking? So the Bible is inspired by God.
No, who commissioned the writing of the Bible?
I'm trying to answer your question. The Bible was inspired by God. He gave divine wisdom to the people who actually wrote it. There wasn't a specific ordinance. Hey, go out here and write these books.
Who commissioned the writing of the Bible?
You can't answer that.
Yes, you can. It's literally named after him.
Bro, the Bible didn't just come into existence because God said write the Bible.
King James commissioned the actual writing of the Bible.
You're talking about. I thought we're talking about the full. Okay, I was misunderstanding what you're asking. I'm sorry.
FYI, you're at 115 of the 150 crash out, Christian crash out. What was King James famously?
What do you mean?
He was gay. King James liked doing butt stuff.
Well, there's plenty of gay Christians. So
sure, I agree. So King James, who commissioned the Bible, right, not only ensured that with documenting of the Bible, that it was properly documented that Jesus disrobed and washed feet, when we clearly already defined that washing feet is a euphemism for sex. So the point that I'm trying to get to, right, is King James highlighted this act of Jesus because it was accepted. Because if it wasn't accepted, the washing of the feet while being disrobed wouldn't have been in there. And that's because Jesus is a freak, Bob.
Do you know how many verses in the Bible talk about washing feet?
Yeah, there's multiple versions, and multiple times they actually lead into the innuendo of gay sex.
You gave me one example. I'm not gonna. I don't know off the top of my head if there aren't other examples.
Yeah, no. I mean, they're all throughout the New Testament and Old Testament, but that's the one that I like to.
You can't.
All right. I mean, again, the thing that I'm trying to get to. Yeah, I mean, like I'm trying to get to this because I really want to talk about as well, like Jesus and his freak church. But like I mean, if you want to get stuck on that one thing, I mean, sure we can. But again, I'm trying to,
because I think it's being disingenuous. I think it's being
How's it being disingenuous? Okay, then give me another time.
Another time. Okay, give me just a moment. Okay. 92 verses about foot washing. John 13:14, 1 Timothy 5:10.
Stop for a second. W's in the chat for Dragon Lover, who just closed out. Dragon Lover, I know you're still here. Dragon Lover, do I have time to tell her about her? Dragon Lover, where are you at in the chat? God damn it. Dragon Lover, where are you at in the chat, Dragon Lover? Do I have time to tell her about Jesus and the Freak Bob Church? Or do we have to get her gone now? Okay, Dragon Lover said W's in the chat for the kick. You don't get to like fight this because I don't care. I just want to make sure.
I'll listen.
That,
if you want to kick me, I'll still listen. If you don't want me to respond, there's no point
Matthew 16:13 through 20 talks about Jesus and where he built his church. It was built in Caesarea Philippi. Right? Mm-hmm. Caesarea Philippi. That's where he actually built this church, right? Caesarea Philippi was a well-known, well-documented land where people would come and have orgies. It was literally a large cave bubble that had bubbles and clear streams of water, and they would literally go there in multiple instances and have orgies. Jesus went to a famous area known for orgies and said that he was going to build his church there. Why would Jesus go to a famous orgy area specifically to build his church if Jesus was not a freak Bob?
Yeah, I'd love to answer that. I know I've already passed the kick fight.
And we're in overtime, but Jeff just came up, so I'm gonna. You can respond, but I'm gonna let Jeff respond to you directly because we are being very gracious with Dragon Lover and also all the other donors. Guys, just 2 minutes of overtime. Really quick, chat. Is everyone okay with like 2 minutes of overtime? If not, especially for the people that added to the kick fund, I don't want to misuse what you guys have done. For all the I see Rainey said yes, no, and I'm talking to the people that added to the kick fund. I don't want to misuse what the people who added to the kick fund. 2 minutes for all the okay. All right. Anna, did Anna donate? Anna, I don't see you donating, but you said no. I'm talking about the people that donated. Dragon Lover. Well, wait, Dragon Lover, where'd you go? Hold on. Dragon Lover said definitely. Ashley said, yeah, okay. All right. Go ahead and respond, but then I'm going to give it to Jeff.
Since I have one more time.
Nope, we got to talk about this. We got to talk about Jesus being a freak Bob and then him building on the orgy land.
So yes, there are plenty of examples in scripture of Jesus going to places that he self-prescribed or that he prescribed as being depraved. And you see this in with his apostles as well, because ultimately the goal behind them going into these places were to bring salvation to people who are needing it. So you're not going to go into a Christian Bible Belt, just like today, you're not going to go into a Christian Bible Belt to preach the gospel with the intention of converting as many minds as possible. Because if you're a Christian Bible Belt, I'm not saying you shouldn't, because you should, like everywhere there's a need, but that's not where you're gonna get the most good. And that's why you see multiple times throughout scripture, yes, you do have Jesus and his apostles going to these places that are not in line with the overall word of God.
So two quick things. The first one is he didn't go there to minister. He said he was going to build his church there. You should probably go to the Bible Belt, because when we look at like statistics like the hub usage, that's the hot spot. But normally when I look at scripture and I hand y'all scripture, I avoid certain ones that are particularly egregious because I don't like filth. But in this case, since we're like just denying reality, we're going to read Song of Songs, chapter 5, verse 3. I typically don't like this, but I'm going to read it out. I apologize in advance. I had put off my garment. How could I put it on again? I had washed my feet. How could I soil them? My beloved thrust his hand into the opening. Jesus Christ. And my inmost being yearned for him. Sheesh. I arose to open to my beloved, and my hands dripped with myrrh. I don't even like that. My fingers with liquid myrrh upon the handles of the bolt. I'm just going to put my phone down. I think I need a nap.
Jesus was a freak, Bob.
I need a cigar.
One last thing, and then you can
I need a shot of Jack. Probably like, I don't know, like one of them anxiety blankets, the weighted ones. It keeps going. I open to my beloved, but my beloved had turned away and was gone ghosted after that. That's crazy work. Like, this is like actual filth. I'm gonna have to close this app before it goes in my history. I don't want my search history.
You literally brought up, oh my gosh. Okay, Song of Solomon.
Song of Songs.
Do you
yeah,
say, are you talking about Solomon, Song of Solomon, or Psalms?
Song of Songs. It's also considered Song of Solomon, but it's chapter 5, verse 3, and the washing of the feet here is clearly described as having the undertone of
right, and that exactly like I told Tanner earlier. Exactly, like that's.
I already told her that Jesus
I'm not
is a freak, Bob.
All right, Santana.
Wait, hold on.
I want
to make sure. No. Hold on. I want to make sure Jeff is finished, and then I'll let you respond. Jeff, is there anything else that you wanted to actually tell her?
Yeah, like throughout all of the thing, the feet, like if Ruth uncovers feet, they're talking about genitals. When they talk about Israel and Ezekiel, like they say prostituting themselves, they say showing their feet to every country. They're talking about genitals. Like, feet is just a euphemism for genitals, so that they don't say the filthy thing that they're actually thinking in the scripture.
Okay. All right. Listen, that was a lot. There was a lot. Jamie, the floor is yours. I'll give you 2 minutes. I need you to defend and disprove the point that Jesus was a freak, Bob.
Okay. First, I'm going to touch on the Song of Solomon and the washing of the feet. Yes, that.
W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Jesus was a freak, Bob. That was a Christian crash out fund. That was crazy, guys. Joanna, are you still here?
It didn't even have to get all the way there. Like, she could have just conceded the first time she came up here about her being logically inconsistent, and
she was.
We wouldn't even had to cause that crash out, but she could manage to do that.
Jeff, she told me that in certain instances that you have to actually follow the commandments of the Bible, but in other instances you get to lean on your own discernment.
Yeah, so the Bible says literally the opposite of that.
Like, I told her that, Jeff.
Like, literally the opposite.
So Jeff, I brought up how it commands to actually keep his word and follow his commandments and all this other stuff. And I told her, we were talking about how God fucks with incest. And I said, can we admit that, God contradicted himself, because at 2 instances he allowed incest, and then after that he said no incest. And she was like, no, it's like logically consistent. And she wanted to talk about from a secular lens. And I was like, why are you talking about from a secular lens? And what I need this from a biblical lens. And she was like, well, why won't you accept my secular lens argument, which is like genetic defects and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, I'm good with that. I'm willing to accept your view from a secular lens. But if you're going to do that, then you have to accept my view from a secular lens, as long as it's logically consistent. And she said, okay. Well, she fought it for a long time, and tried to say like, oh, it's valid in this point, not valid in that point. And then she tried to say, well, it's valid when it comes to commandments, but not valid when there's things you got to use context clues for. I was like, but one of the commandments was like not do incest. So that's not even a context clue. But she finally said yes. And then that's how we got onto Jesus being a freak, Bob.
The whole Bible's freak Bob poetry.
Mm-hmm.
Freaky frog poetry.
It is a freaky frog. Yeah. Joanna, anything else from you?
Nope. Aside from the fact that we're not yet at 800K, and I have seen a lot of flying fingers in the chat and not enough taps. I feel like we could have been at 800,000 by now. Also, I absolutely need more people to follow Santana, the main account and the backup account. If you haven't followed Jeff, I also don't know what you're doing. If you didn't know,
follow Jeff on YouTube. Jeff is doing the stuff over on YouTube. What up, Tiff? I'm so mad that the only time Tiff comes into my live is when Jeff's here. Like, she doesn't watch me besides that. But follow Jeff on YouTube.
Absolutely. Jeff has been doing his render and argument debates on YouTube. I've been watching. They've been fantastic. He's had Kenzie up. He's had Christina Carroll. If you don't know her, you should follow her as well. Follow everybody in Cadre because they're all goated. But in case you were surprised at that, they actually aren't able to render an argument on YouTube there. But you should absolutely follow there as well. Also, donate to getting the hydrogen out the sun because, yikes.
Sometimes we need that.
My PTSD didn't let me hear anything after Flying Fingers. I'm just the vapors. I'm like fanning myself right now.
I mean, you're the one who came up here with the
cake.
With the Solomon situation.
Fucking smut. This is a classy joint. We got velvet on the wall and shit, Jeff. Don't be coming up here reading smut.
Look, as it turns out, they have velvet on the walls at the smut joints too.
I bet you it's sticky. Yeah.
I was gonna say, is it really still velvet or is it more like crunchy socks at this point?
Yeah,
It's Velcro now.
Mm-hmm. Y'all look gross.
I'm gonna drop those. Appreciate you, Jeff, as always, for coming up. Appreciate you, Jeff, for coming up. Thank you, Twin, for having me come up. Y'all keep tapping, y'all keep liking, y'all keep sharing. If you haven't reposted, do that. If you haven't put it on your stories, also do that. I'm trying to hold it together. Can you be mature for like 5 more seconds? Jesus Christ. Follow everywhere. Jeff is on YouTube. Like we said, he also has a website at the End of a Species. Look him up. His links are in his bio. Twins links are in his bio as well. Follow him everywhere because while YouTube is actually in the past during these lives that Santana does, Twitch be right on time and Twitch be over there lit. Yeah, I prefer Twitch to YouTube.
Twitch be lit. I can't even hold, like, Twitch be lit. Can't even hold them.
Nah, because like that dude wasn't resurrected for 5 minutes and he was already bragging to the apostles that he has new holes for them to stick their fingers in.
No pause.
Ooh, Jeff. Oh, you were here. Damn it. I meant to show this. Is Solid still here? Solid, are you still here? Hold on. God damn it, Solid isn't still here. Anyway, I'll show everybody else. Jeff, I showed Jeff, but I'll show everybody else. I showed Jeff and Sean yesterday. Would you guys like to see? I was out getting food yesterday, and would you guys like to see what I found? There was a food option. Chat, do you guys want to see what I found as a food option yesterday? He said, "You're afraid? You should be." FYI, this was at breakfast time. This was literally at breakfast time. I went and I was grabbing some breakfast, and this was one of the options that we had for food during breakfast time. Wait, why did I? Damn it. Hold on. Sorry. There it is. Okay. This is a breakfast food option. This is literally a breakfast food option. Yep. Yep, we're just gonna eat all that.
With the ridges?
It's a glizzy pizza. It's a glizzy. Is a pizza glizzy? I actually like that more. Pizza glizzy. It's a pizza glizzy.
I mean, you could just call it a puglizzy.
A puglizzy is wild. A glisa is wild. You guys are wild. What the fuck are we doing here? Holy fuck. We got to get this off the screen. This say it again, Joe.
I said it's a gawk gawk with cheese.
Yeah, we got to get this off the screen. You guys are a bunch of freak bobs. I can tell all of y'all are followers of Christ. Jesus. All right, John, I appreciate you coming up.
Thank you. Yeah, this on the screen, yeah. It looks a little dried out. Probably should have been left in a little bit longer. Alrighty, y'all keep tapping. We're almost at 800K. We're getting to 1 million. Keep doing y'all's big one. Appreciate y'all. You can drop me 20.
Appreciate you. Well, all y'all some followers of Christ. Golly. Jeff, you got anything else for the people?
I know like at least 10 people in the chat were like, before I take a bite, I gotta spit on that. But that's it. I'm gonna hit y'all up later. I'm gonna take an old man nap, and then I gotta like wash all the Jesus off of me. No pause.
That's okay. All right. I appreciate you, bro. The whole chat, all y'all a bunch of freak bobs. That's each and every one of you. Not fucking cool cat over in the Twitch comments talking about, hey man, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way, you bunch of freak bobs. Holy smokes. I would say you need Jesus in your life, but that is what started this. That's literally what started this. Oh, man. I don't know what to do with y'all. Like, I don't know what to do with y'all. W's. Shall we? W's in the chat for Rachel, who sent 5 for the crash out. It's that crash out. She literally lasted less than 2 minutes. She did. W's in the chat for Jess for the $20 for the Christian crash out fund. W's in the chat for Rainy for the $25 saying, I'm enjoying this, but donating always because Santana does not work for free. Fuck it. W's in the chat for Rainy. I love you so much. You're fucking a million W's in the chat for Rainy. Never stop. Million W's in the chat for Rainy. W's in the chat for Virginia for the $25 for the Christian crash out fund saying kick this stupid crash out. Win is a win. Love you. I love you too. W's in the chat for Emily for the Emily for the $5 donation saying crash out Jamie. Crash out Jamie. W's in the chat for Miss Bellasella for the $25 for the Christian crash out fund said to make the goalpost stop moving for the Christians fanatics. Why did Christians base their God off of Zeus, the work of Greek gods? Yes. Also, the Bible talks about other gods. That's the thing. W's in the chat for Gregory for the $5 for the Christian crash out fund. I said the far right push by white supremacist Christians to overtake the U.S. government with the theocracy is an abomination. I'm no longer ascribed to Christianity, but I do support the teachings of Jesus. Literally, that's like the fucked up part, right? I want to be very clear. I fucks with Jesus. The teachings. I fucks with Jesus. I fucks with the teachings. Red letter Jesus. Not Jim Crow Jesus. Right? Because red letter Jesus, hell. Do good things happen. Do bad things happen. My name is Earl. Right? Red letter Jesus was a communist. So there's that. Anywho, Deb's in chat. Deb's in the chat as well for Dragon Lover again, who sent the 35. Deb's in chat for Amber for the $5 crash out Christian fun. Amber said Christian crash out. Oh, I didn't get to this one before, but Eureka, W's in the chat for Eureka for the $7. This came in before we started. It said Leviticus was written by 4 Levites, priests, and Israelites. Facts. W's in the chat for that. And these came in after the actual Crash Out Christian Fund. W's in the chat for Trisha for the $1 donation, saying the model depiction of Jesus was crafted by Michelangelo, who is said to have modeled him after his gay lover. Christians worship at the feet of an Italian. I'm not going to say that word, but like fucking right. Yes. Yes, that's literally a thing. Debbie's in the chat for Rebel for the $5 donation that said National Wine and Cheese Day. I'll be celebrating this hard. I don't like wine unless it's sweet. I don't like alcohol unless it's sweet. Fun fact, I don't drink things neat. I have to do a sweet drink. Give me a Cosmopolitan. I want to get white girl wasted. Ow. Anyway. Debbie's in the chat for Just Devin for the $2 super chat to say, I eat that pizza glizzy. Debbie's in the chat for the $2 super chat. Debbie's in the chat as well. We got a couple over here for Sid for the $5 super chat to say, I hate listening to people twist themselves into knots trying to make sense of this fucking book. How about all this is made up? Way simpler. Fucking way simpler. Fucking way simpler. Well, you guys are fucking losing it in the comment section. What the fuck is happening? You guys are losing it in the comment section. Debbie's in the chat for Sid for the $5 super chat to follow. Said, how does she not want to look at the historical context of washing feet? She just wanted to be willfully ignorant. That's all she wanted. Like literally, that's all she wanted. Stop it, Rainy. W's in the chat for Bush Raider, who sent $5 Ozzy say, caller, I'm a believer and sorry Jesus was gay, black haired, brown-eyed, brown-skinned communist who love all people and communities. Fucking facts. Facts. W's in chat for the accordion. Facts. Fucking facts. I wouldn't say worse mod, Sam. Cut yourself some slack. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $20 YouTube super chat to say Jesus was telling to praise his sky dad Zaddy on Sundays, while next door he was celebrating the men on the other 6 days of the week. Kind of wild. Hawk Tua. Spit on that thing. Yep. Them's are the facts. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the the $20 YouTube super chat. W's in the chat for Jamie for the $5 super chat to say, for the overtime fun, thanks for the convo. I think we can debate more over things than dumb requirements, the understanding of biblical. Yeah, they don't get it. They don't get it. Like, that's why, and I'm telling you, that's why I do it, right? Like, I want you guys to understand the reason why I do what I do is because their entire aspect is one that's filled with contradictions. And at the same time of it being filled with contradictions, they somehow use their contradictions to actually harm people, right? Like, I want to be very clear. If they just wanted to contradict themselves and like that's all it was, I would be perfectly fine with that. But when you want to use your contradictions to harm people, then that's when I have a problem with it. Period. Hey, really quickly, one more thing. Okay. So I want to share one thing with you guys, and I'll let you make a decision. Well, I don't know if I'll let you make a decision. I think I'll dangle this in the air like a carrot. I don't think I'll let you guys make the decision, but I think I'll put it out there as a carrot. And, you know, maybe she won't, but then again, maybe she will. Yeah. Do it for the, all right. I got a fucked up picture. From my mods. I talk about how all the time how my mods bully me. And they bully me all the time. What up, Brett? W's in chat for my brother Brett Cross. My mods bully me all the time. And part of them bullying me. Shut up, Zay. That's what I was doing. God damn it. I don't know. I'm gonna show you. I don't know. It's not funny, Zay. Fucking stop it. Yeah. Whatever. This is so my mods bully me all the time, right? Like all the fucking time. I have a problem with that. Also, FYI, we need more mods. If you're interested in being a mod, hit up K. We're prioritizing mods over on YouTube. Specifically, if you're listening right now and you're on YouTube and you want to be a mod, we absolutely need mods over on YouTube. So if you would like to be a mod over on YouTube, you get priority, right? So there's that. But we are taking mods everywhere. The only requirement is no bullying me, right? So there's that. But what I want to share is this. I think it's bullshit, but whatever. I kind of don't even want to share it now. If I'm going to be honest, I kind of don't even want to share it. I don't even want to share it. Never mind. I don't want to share it anymore. Never mind. No, Zay. No, I'm just fucking with you. This is what they made. Fucking bullies. They think they're so damn funny. Wait, why can't I adjust that? Hold on. They think they're so fucking funny. It's not that funny, chat. It's literally not that funny. Like, it's literally not that funny. It's literally not that fucking funny. It's really not. I might add it as a sticker. I kind of doubt I will. I kind of doubt I'll add it as a sticker, but I might. There's like a less than 9% chance that I'll add it as a sticker. You said, what does it mean? Oh, you don't know the lore. You don't know the lore. If you don't know the lore, then I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. I can't really help you. You gotta know the lore. You gotta know the lore behind it, because there was a lot going on there. One other thing, and this is why you shouldn't have never gave people AI, because when you give people AI, they make AI slop. And when I say when you give people AI and they make AI slop, what I actually mean is when you give my mods AI, they make AI slop. And this is just AI slop that they make and send to me. It's literally just the AI slop that they make and then they send to me. This is why you don't give people AI. I don't think it's funny. I personally don't think it's funny at all. I'm not having a good time anymore. I don't enjoy this. That's why we need to put in legislation to ban AI and AI slop. Yeah. Yep. And whatever. L's in the chat for the mods. L's in the chat for all the mods. I'm so sick of them bullying me. One day, I'm just not going to come back live anymore. One day, we're just not going to have any more lives because you guys bully me and not the fucking chat turning on me. God damn it. How the fuck is the chat going to turn on me? And for the people saying it's not that serious or replace the mods, I'm just joking, guys. FYI, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. FYI, for anyone who didn't get it, it's all just a joke. I love my mods. I love our community. It's all just a joke. Anyone who was, God damn it, not Santana's, but bananas. Caps are for mods. Fucking stop. Ooh, solid. Look. This was at the breakfast place that I went to yesterday. Solid. Do you see it? This was at the breakfast place I went to yesterday. Why? Fuck, Solid, you know how to use AI. Cut it out. Fucking cut it out. You know you have no clue how to use AI. What up, Brett?
What's up, brother? Listen, I'm loving all the pictures. I think the mods should make one with your face playing the guitar, kind of like an old Santana poster or something, like that. Like
I feel like you shouldn't be coming up here giving people ideas. I think you should mind your own fucking business, Brett. If that's what you're gonna do. I think that literally, if you're gonna come up here and choose violence, then you should be minding your own goddamn business, Brett.
All I'm saying, you can't talk to me that way. It's my birthday.
I know. First and foremost, the reason why I did talk to you that way is because it's your birthday, but also I wanted to be able to do this. Chat for Brett Cross. W's in the chat for Brett Cross. Happy birthday to my brother. Brett Cross, guys. Please show Brett some love. Please show Brett some love. On a serious note, Brett is one of the best people that I know. Brett is an absolutely amazing, strong-willed person. Brett, I saw your message and I was going to get to it, and I'm so glad that you came up here because I would much rather praise you in person and be where our feet are, Brett. You know what I'm talking about. Let's be where our feet are. Let's celebrate you and your birthday.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I hate it.
I know.
But
it's okay. We're here though. You got to celebrate what you have as well. And we're here. It's your birthday. Guys, fucking show Brett some love. Not only let's get his gifts up and run his coins up, but hit those pay links, right? I know for a fact that his pay links are in his link tree in the bio. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Make sure we're showing Brett some love. It is his birthday. He's 557 years old today. He's like a turtle. We never know how much older he's going to get. I think in order to figure out his true age, we're going to have to cut him in half and count the rings. But please show Brett Cross some love.
Those are just smoker rings, bro.
Are you doing anything today?
No, not today. Like I said, I don't really like. I've never really liked it, but then after the everything that happened, I really don't like it. So just hanging out today. I am going to the lake tomorrow, hanging out with a big head Hector and Izzy and them. So
Hector's gonna be like a fucking buoy.
Dude, I'm just saying what I'm gonna do.
Hector's gonna be like this in the water.
Don't tell him, but this Texas heat is hot. I'm just gonna position myself behind him at all times so he can block out the sun, dude.
Listen, all you gotta do is be quiet on the creek and quiet on the creek. Yeah. That sounds good though. You should definitely get out and enjoy it because, I understand why things are tough, but like you have to be where your feet are when you can be where your feet are. And that's really important. You know how I feel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But yeah, like, listen, if you want to come, open invitation, you can come tomorrow.
I'm traveling. I would if I wouldn't. Management and I have been like out and about traveling. We're gonna be visiting family until next weekend. So that's why.
Oh, I ain't family now. Whoa.
Listen,
wow.
It's just they got first dibs. As a matter of fact, when after I get off live, I'm about to go do me some day drinking. I'm about to get white girl wasted. Ow.
Yes, I need you to drink like my people.
Mm-hmm. I don't drink neat drinks. I have to have like mixed drinks. That's the only way I can drink.
I feel you. I don't drink much anymore, so I feel you.
I'll have a few for you.
Do it. Get an extra birthday one for me.
I got you. I was live yesterday. I don't think management's watching right now because she's with her family. I was live and I got off and she ended up calling me and she was like super loud. And then she said, I've had 5 drinks. I said, oh, I can tell. I can tell. I had 5 drinks. And she doesn't drink. She's a lightweight, but her brother, and she's with her brother. Her brother's like, nah, you gonna drink that. She said, I had 5 drinks. And then I picked her up and she was like, I want something to eat. I was like, God damn it. All right, let's go get you food.
So here's the thing, management's always watching, right? So
she's not. I'm telling you, the only reason I feel comfortable in saying the shit that I'm saying right now is because not only is she with her brother, but she's with her mom. If she was with her mom, maybe. If she was with her brother, maybe. But she's with her mom and her brother. I know for a fact she's not watching. That's the only reason.
And somebody done recorded this. They done sent it. Yeah, if Santana's not on this following week, y'all already know what's gonna happen and everything.
No, chat, don't be no goddamn snitches. Y'all look like y'all about to run and tell somebody right goddamn now.
Look, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in the chat. They snitching. They snitching. Yeah. How your lives been, brother? I didn't get to. I've had a crazy fucking week, so I haven't been on this week.
Hey, baby, I love you so much. Who sent you this live? I swear somebody sent the live to her. Ain't no fucking way. She hasn't been here the whole time. I told y'all I'm gonna just stop doing lives. Ain't no fucking way. She has not been here. Who sent her to live? Son of a God damn it.
Hey, just call me Shaggy because it wasn't me.
I bet you it was one of the mods. I'm willing to bet it was one of the mods.
The mods that make the amazing flags, which, by the way, that's my birthday wish right there, is I want that flag to be a sticker.
I don't know about that one. That feels like too much. God damn it. What, Brett? I just don't understand. Like, okay, I'm getting bullied by the mods. I'm getting bullied by the chat, and then you come up here, a person that I love and care for so much, so dearly, and you make the decision to bully me too. Like, what are we even doing anymore? Like, I feel like we've all lost the plot. But just in case you people don't understand, I'm the victim. Me. I'm the victim. Holy shit.
All I'm going to say is, Santana, you know me. If I wasn't bullying you, something would be wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you'd be like, what the fuck's going on with you, dude? You all right?
Yeah. Anyway, bro. Anything else for you? Anything for the people?
Listen, as much as I hate my birthday, I will say this. Uzziah's birthday is coming up August 13th and everything. And what we're trying to get people to do is just go out and help people. Because that's who he was, you know? So, you know, go volunteer at a food pantry, at a shelter, at anything on August 13th or around it. You ain't got to talk about it. You ain't need to record it. You ain't got to tell nobody or anything. Just do it for Uzziah. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my only thing is we need more Uzziahs in this world and less Mitch McConnells and shit like that. So we need more love, less hate.
Good thing is we don't have Mitch McConnell anymore. So I think we need a different reference point because, you know, he's
Lindsey Graham. Oh shit.
God damn it.
We need more Uzis, less Charlie Kirk.
God damn it. Listen, you making that actual connection, I need that like I need a hole in the neck. God damn it, Brett.
Listen, and listen to Wu-Tang. Protect your neck.
Wait. Is
Wu-Tang
that
was for the children.
Wait, is that counting or not counting gang violence? Brett, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. I fucking love you, bro.
Later, brother. Much love, man.
Have a good one. We choose violence around here. We absolutely choose violence around here. You say every day. Every fucking day, baby. Oh, my soul every day. Oh, shit. That was in the chat for... Get it together. Chat, fucking lock in, chat. Be professionals. Chat, be fucking professionals. Lock in. Holy shit, lock in, chat. You are all professionals. Okay. All right. All right. That was in the chat for Kali Ali for the 100 cheered bits. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Cool Cat for the 1 cheered bit. Fuck AI for the art. Yeah, like support artists, real artists, not AI artists. W's in chat for Cool Cat. W's in chat for Cool Cat for the 1 cheered bit. You better not draw one for real, Cool Cat. God damn it. You better not do that, Cool Cat. No. Absolutely not. No. W's in the chat for Cool Cat. W's in the chat for and just Devin. Wait, hold on. Just W's in the chat for Shiro for the $1.99 super chat. The only requirement is that we have no. You can't bully me if you want to be a mod. That is absolutely the one rule that you cannot. God damn it, you guys don't listen to instructions. W's in the chat for just Devin for the $2 super chat. I refuse. That will not be the new logo. W's in the chat for 2-bit for the $2 super chat. It's always a bad time to ask about butt bananas. We do not do that around here. W's in the chat for 2-bit for the $5 super chat. Just found out my wife bought me Hamlet tickets. You are fucking lying. Just found out my wife bought me Hamlet tickets for my birthday. Going to see gonna be singing at the top of my lungs. Can't wait for August 14th. I am so fucking jealous. I'm so fucking jealous. I want to go see Hamlet on Broadway so fucking bad. And Petty gave me this app that you can enter a raffle into and all this other shit, right? And like the one that I want to go see isn't until I want to say it's like next year or whatever. I so want to go see Hamilton on Broadway. Oh my God, I want to go see it. Oh, I want to go see it. I want to go see Hamilton more than a fucking racist want to slur. I want to go see Hamilton more than Trump wants to grab someone by the... God damn it, I want to go see Hamilton. All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We got to get out of here. We got to get out of here. It was a good stream. It was a good stream. We got to get out of here, though. I'm going to go hang out with my baby. My baby. Dubs in the chat for Cool Cat for the one cheer bit. Again, you better not do it. You better not do it. It is time to go wash our feet. You bunch of freak bobs. All of y'all are followers of Christ. Every single one of you are followers of Christ because you're all freak bobs. Shout out to Jesus and his orgy church. Shout out to the orgy church of Christ.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys. This is a good stream. I had so much fun. Even though we did a lot of the bibbles, as Mr. Thomas would say, it was still fun. Now, I'm going to go get white girl wasted. Wish me luck. Got my water, gonna get some food, and then I'm gonna wash management's feet. Make sure you guys have some safe, consensual feet washing, because it's fucking Saturday, and I love you guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the gifts and taps, likes, and shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always,